So in the last class, I gave information regarding the network analysis, and there is one part pending in the network analysis regarding Z chart, okay, or Z table. That is the only part pending there in the network analysis. Once it is done, we shall go with the assignment and transportation. Okay. So first, this is a basic chart, sir. By using this, we have to make the calculation of probability. How much is the chance for completion and all, or they may ask in two ways. They may ask you to calculate probability, or they may ask you calculate for 95% probability what is the time taken and all. They may ask in two ways. Okay, so Z table mainly it is representing the graphical representation of whatever data we are having. In the main exam they will give the Z table and all, so you need not worry at all. Okay, sir, if you see the entire part, this region is a negative part. Towards this side will be what if Z value is negative, will represent that area, and this region is a positive zone, and entire duration it is into 0%, 50% and 100%, and whatever the duration you are getting at 50%, that is nothing but our critical path duration. What is the duration, critical path duration, whatever you are getting, or project duration, whatever you are getting, it is represented at a 50% probability basically. Okay, but sometimes they may ask you to calculate these things: less than critical path, what is the chance, or more than critical path, what is the chance and all. So if there is less than critical path, nothing but this region, that is negative value. Okay, if Z value, if you are getting negative values and all, it is less than the critical path, and if it is this region, that is more than the critical path duration. For example, in a scenario, if you get 46 days or some days as a critical path duration and all, they may ask you what is the chance for completion of project less than that or more than that. What are the probabilities? What are the chances? We use Z table, basic idea. Okay, for Z table and all, there is a formula. What is the formula, sir, for Z table? X minus x bar by standard deviation. Okay, so mainly x minus x bar. What is x bar, sir? Critical path duration. Whatever duration you are having, that critical path duration, that is nothing but this same time. We are plotting the times and we are calculating the different paths. In that, what is the highest path? That is a project duration, that also critical path duration. That value is nothing but x bar. And sometimes he may ask us to calculate different time limits. For example, if we take a scenario that the x bar is 36, he may ask you to tell what are the chances for completion of project within 30 days. Then 30 minus 36. Then automatically Z value is what, sir? Negative. As it is negative and all, this region. Okay. And if it is Z is more, then automatically positive, that is this region. These are the few concepts which are required for us to. Okay. And if you take an example, what is that example days, there? 42 days. If I plot the time and all, 42. Now in they are asking us to complete what is scenario, sir? 36 days. In this case, for your convenience, take a standard deviation as 3 for the time being, because standard deviation calculation and all, it is known to you. At the end, when you calculate estimated time and all, you can calculate variance. From that variance, critical path variances if you take, and if you calculate, you will get standard deviation. Okay, so 36 minus 42 by 3. How much is the value, sir? 2. Basically, minus, we know that it is a negative value and all. So the same value will be given in the question itself. Regarding if Z is minus 2, what is the value and all, it will be given. So normally, if you go to the table, this is Z table, but this and all, to keep it in mind, it's all unnecessary things, because they straight away give the values. In the question itself, they will give the value. So you need not worry regarding this calculations and all. Okay. So if that is clear and all, if for example, if they are asking some negative value, this is in, when you are getting the value that is 0.4772, nothing but what is it, percentages. You convert them into percentage and all. So for the project to complete in 36, what is the probability, sir? 47.72%. This part will be the last part. Table diagram construction, after that path identification, and you may calculate time depending upon scenario, and this will be last phase. So for the last phase, we need the Z table and all. Okay. And if in the question they ask something like 42, so for example 48, what is 36, sir? Less than this zone. What about 48, ma? It is in the positive zone. So if you take the calculation and all, 48, basically this scenario. So 48 minus 42 by standard deviation, for example 3, you will get a positive number. Once it is a positive number, or it is a positive zone, a positive area. So if it is positive and all, what is the value also, it is given in the question itself. So need not worry. But however, there are different things. So 48, where I represented, sir? Here somewhere. More than our critical path duration. 36, this zone. So they may ask you to calculate the chances. For less than 36, what is the chance? For more than 36, what is the chance and all? They may ask you in the question. Okay. For example, probability of completion of a project by less than 48 days, if they ask. See the table, ma'am. Less than 48 days means somewhere this region, what is the probability and all. For that, what you will do, sir? Just already you have calculated 47.72 probability in prior one. So this probability, what is this probability, sir? Positive value 47.72, and anyway you are having 50% probability. 50 plus 47.72, and if they ask you to complete for more than 48 days, then automatically that is the difference, balance difference. This is our, for example, 50 plus 47.72. What will be the balance, sir? 100 minus 97.72 and all. That's the difference there. Based on that, you will get probability and all. If the probability is clear and all, you can go to the fourth question. In the fourth question, I left last part now. See the last part in the fourth question. Once I'm repeating again, sir, while you're going the process and all, how to do and all. First, you will construct a diagram. You will plot the time, sir. Once the time plot is done and all, you will go with the alternative paths. What are the alternative paths we are having and all. And if there is a time requirement calculation, you calculate and present. That is, you will get this estimated time. What is the formula? T0 plus 4Tm plus TB by 6. Once that is done, what is the first step, sir? Variances for all activities you will calculate. But which variances you will take, sir? Only critical path variances. You calculate for all, but you take which one? Which are in the critical path and all. That one you will take for variances. Okay. Then you calculate standard deviation. What is the formula for variance, sir? TP minus T0 by 6 whole square. Okay. Mainly which path, sir? Keep it in mind. Critical path values. You take only which values, sir? Critical path values. You do the sum and apply the square root. You get standard deviation. That is SD value. Okay. Once that is done, you substitute the formula. Now he is asking us to question. How the questions can be asked. What is the probability of getting the project completion within the estimated time of 42 days? If they ask, then as usual, we give the formula. That is x minus x bar by standard deviation. You will get the value of z. And based on the critical path, whether it is more or lesser. So if it is 42 is critical path and all, it can be 48 more, 36 less, or 30 less. Before that or after that. Okay. And so mainly this area, the positive area and negative area, how it is represented and all. Okay. And 90%, it will be in which area, sir? 50% to 100%, somewhere in that region it will be. Okay. And this is a way to calculate. So different situations. And in the exam, they may ask you a different point. What is the probability for completion of the project with the project duration? What is it question, sir? What is the probability for completion of project with the project duration? If they are asking this, what is your answer? Project duration is nothing but critical path duration. Then what is the probability? 50%. So that can be for MCQs. Okay. What is it, sir? Probability for completion of project at a project duration. Project duration is nothing but what's critical path duration. In the graph, whatever I mentioned, what is this 42 days critical path duration? What is the probability there? 50%. Straight away you can write that point. Okay. These are the maximum areas. They may ask you nothing more than that. But straight away they will give probabilities. Substitute that and all, you will get more. Okay. So this Z table do not keep in mind. If you keep in mind and all, it's risky. So for example, 36 days. Where we plot, sir? This is the area, negative area. Okay, if they ask a probability and all, already this probability is 50%, sir. And this balance part, how much? Whatever we calculate, you will get the value. Okay, if you add them, see the point. For organization, so basically the times, see the times. For organization, what is important? Time or money? Time important. For 36 days to complete the project, what is the probability? I'm giving information to them. Chances. Okay, for example, last class I have shown that other project like Ambani's and all. For them, what is important? Time. Money is not at all important for them. So if you are giving a chance, sir, there is a chance for us to complete. He will decide then. We will give information. Decision making will be on the other part. Okay. Negative, positive and all basically depending upon situations. For example, yeah, anyone, sir, they want quality. They want quality. What is the important there? Quality, if you read, time should be more. Some time. So which rule zone? More than 42 days and all. That is positive. Positive scenario. Because x minus x bar by standard deviation I'm doing. When it will be negative, less than means less days. Less days, probability, less chance and all. That criteria will be taken. Okay, clear, sir? Less than or greater than. So if you are having quality and all, basically, if you construct a house, it takes, for example, 8 months. But nowadays, it is very less span of time. So risk more and all. Nowadays, if you see the houses and all, now recently constructed, may not be strong, but old houses. This building is an old one. Is it having proper? It is problem. That's the point. Depending upon organization, it does not mean that less time may not be strong and all. They may have different options. If, for example, L&T, if it is completing one project within the time limit and all, what is next scenario? They will undertake some other project. So they will calculate what is the return for us and all, whether it is fine or not, contribution and all, PV ratio, these things are there. They may take into considerations. Okay. If this part is done, so somewhere probability for more than 36 days. What is the scenario, sir? Probability for more than 36 days means this 2. Okay, 50 plus the 2 1. Probability for less than 36 days, this zone. Entire graph, I have not taken this part, that's all. If the graph is represented, I have not taken that part. Balance part I have shown to you. 42 less than or more than. More than means this zone, sir. Less than means this zone. Okay, and for example, if it is 48, less than means this zone, more than means this zone. So positive number, it changes, sir. Once you see it properly, most important aspect here. Clear, sir? 50 plus, sir, what is the probability there? Together you will get, if it is more. Less means this zone. Okay, clear, days and all. If the days part is done, go with the question number 4 once. The question number 4, what is he asking, sir, to calculate? Question number 4 part. So when they are asking regarding 95% probability and all, okay, so this mainly in the 4th question. So if you see the question number 4 in number of material and all, Z value is missing there, but in the exam they will give Z value, sir. Need not worry. Sir, he gave probability directly. Probability he gave directly and all. So from the Z table, if you see the probability, 95% probability, what is Z value, sir? 1.645. 1.645. Okay. So straight away you substitute the value here. So from these all values, what is your basic analysis, First, Z value is 1.645. And this last class, we calculated the duration and all. We plotted the time. We got this critical path duration. Okay. And from that we calculate standard deviation. Then you will get X value as 86 days. Okay. For the project, 95% probability chance. What is the chance, 86 days probability it is there. Based on that scenario. More than. What is the probability and all that we have done here. Clear, sir? 50% plus balance together. Okay. But however, it is not done there, because he wants to quote the bid also in that question. See the point, sir? In that question, what is the point ma? Bid. He's asking us to calculate the bid there. How much we have to quote. Sir, while you are quoting a bid and all, what two things have to be taken into consideration, sir? Both time and money. Money point of view, what are the informations we are having ma? Money point of view. Money point of view, what are the most important aspects, sir? Fixed cost is there and variable cost is there. Sir, variable cost will change based on units or a number of days. Number of days I'm taking a project, I will implement number of workers and all. So per day, so it can also be indirect cost which is changing there and all. So question number, what is the question number? This is the question, sir. So in this case, basically he's asking us to calculate what is the minimum amount that will be provided at 95% probability. For 95% probability, we got the number of days. How many days, sir? 86 days. For 86 days, anyway, will the fixed cost change based on number of days? It will never change. It remains same. So 8 lakhs plus variable cost. So in the question it is given per day, how much is the variable cost, sir? 9,000. So 8 lakhs plus what is the variable cost, sir? 9,000 into 86. You will get the amount to be quoted as a bid. Clear, ma? First probability is given, sir. Normally we are calculating probability, ma. But in this question, straight away they gave probability to us. Mainly in this question, they gave probability. When the probability is given to us and all, Z value 0.95. 95% is nothing but what, ma? 0.95 and all. Okay. This is the point. 0.95. In the Z table, you will see what is a 0.95 value and all. Straight away it will be given in the question, sir. Okay. Once it is given, we substitute that value. And we got duration. Sir, normally I said what is meant by XMA? How much duration they need? Basically, this is our critical path duration. So from that, if you solve the value, you'll get 86 days. And amount of bid includes what, sir? Fixed cost plus a variable cost. So fixed cost right away given the question, and he gave variable cost part. Per day, how much, sir? 9,000. Here, how many days, sir? 86 days. So that is a part here. Okay. So last part may be tricky sometimes. Entire in the case of network analysis, everything will be easy, but only last part will be different. So if you concentrate more on the last parts and all, it will be more efficient. Okay. Clear, sir, with this part? Okay. So if you're clear and all, we shall go with the next topic. What is the next topic we have gone through, sir? Assignment. Okay. So last class I gave a brief idea. Okay. Sir, can you summarize what is the basic theme of network analysis, ma? In the case of network analysis, what is the basic theme, sir? First aspect, diagram. Frame the diagram properly. If you frame the diagram and all, our entire answer is done. For framing the diagram, after framing, what is the process I have to check, sir? Whether all the conditions are satisfied or any additional conditions are satisfied. Only existing condition should satisfy. If any additional condition is satisfying, our answer is wrong. Okay, now? And also there is a case, two cases of using dummies. First case, sir. When we will use dummy, ma? First case of dummy. When two activities are having same starting event and same ending event, there we use dummy. Because logical flow and all to maintain, because two activities cannot have a same starting, same ending event. That is one point. And what about next case, sir? In the next case, sir, in the preceding column, an activity is repeating twice or more, once separately and others with the combinations. From that activity, we start dummy. Keep it in mind, where to start dummy and all to make it easy. So if you apply these two aspects, answer will be easy. Once dummies are done, sir, if time is given, plot the time. So arrange the series in the order and all, then you will get the project duration. That is the basic part. But if the 3 times are given, what are those 3 times, sir? T0, Tm, Tp. Then you have to calculate Te. Whatever Te you are getting, plot that time on the activities. From that, go with the alternative paths. From that, you can calculate variance. From that, you can calculate standard deviation. That is connected problems now. Okay, clear, ma? And sometimes he may ask us to calculate E and L values. That is total float, free float, independent float. There, basically, first construct the diagram and E value, follow the E value rules. L value, L rules are there for framing E and all. And for a critical path, what is the basic point, ma? Both E value and L value will be same. There is no issue that part. So these are the maximum areas they may ask you. And crashing, one more concept called crashing. So crashing is this area and all. So in the case of crashing and all, three costs should be taken into consideration. What are those three costs, sir? Direct cost, indirect cost, and crashing cost. Crashing cost take cumulatively. That is important. Clear, ma? If it's clear, what is next topic, sir? Assignment. Sir, assignment mainly, what is the purpose, ma? Assigning task to men or machines so that objective of organization is achieved. Depending upon the objectives, what is minimization, maximization, minimization of cost elements, maximization of profit, revenue, turnover and all. Okay. So if you see further, first thing, assign men or a machine a task, and first we are going with which methods are mainly Hungarian method. For assignment problems and all, what is the method we use? Nothing but Hungarian. Okay. In the case of Hungarian method, what is the first basic steps, sir? And also be clear in the case of assignment, what is row, what is column. If you maintain that clarity, then answers will be very easy. What are rows here, sir? Can I tell with representations? 10, 5, 4 or letters. Row A, row B, row C. What about columns, ma? M1, M2 and M3. These are the columns. So column will be in this manner. Column L. So line, keep it in mind. If you are clear this one, answer will be very easy. Okay, because with the exam tension and all, if you are not clear with this and all, answer will be going wrong. So once that is done, first thing, what is the basic two questions, ma? Whether it is a balanced matrix or unbalanced matrix. If number of rows equal to number of columns, it will be balanced matrix. And sir, rows are represented with the letter what, sir? M. What about columns, sir? They are represented with the letter N. M by N. M into N or nothing but we tell in the max terms and all, it is M by N. Okay. Once that is done, we have to check other aspect. What is it, ma? Maximization model, minimization model. Sir, mainly if the question is silent, it is straight away we go with assumption that it is minimization model. Otherwise, whatever they are telling, we follow that. Okay. Sir, if it is in this case, is it balanced one, sir? Balanced one. Number of rows how many, ma? 3. Number of columns how many, sir? 3. 3 equal to 3 automatically, it's a balanced matrix. And here if it is silent, nothing given, what is our assumption? Minimization model. And we start the process. So for us, what is most important, ma? Question should be balanced one and minimization model. If it is so, we will proceed. Otherwise, risk for us, nothing more. One step will increase. That is, we have to find a relative loss matrix. For relative loss matrix and all. And one more point, mom, keep it in mind when you are solving assignment problem and all. If it is a maximization model, and unbalanced, what is that point, sir? Maximization model and unbalanced. For you, it is better to do first convert into minimization model, then make it balanced. That is the most important point, sir. If you are doing first itself and all, zeros you will write, again you will arrange, you will deduct, you will again numbers will increase. Time waste. What is the point there, sir? If the question is a maximization model and unbalanced matrix, what you have to do, sir? First convert into minimization, then you make it balanced. So our work will, zeros will be in a third safe for us. Okay. If you are clear and all, these are the basic things. So I made first and how to identify question as a minimization model or a maximization model. So cost related to whatever item is given for us. Company point of view, cost should be more or less, less. So it is minimization model. And if it is profit item, sale item, revenue or commission and all, they should increase. So maximization model. So if it is, we convert. Okay. And for the steps we are having row operation, column operation, test for optimality, improved matrix, diagonal allocation, optimal allocation, and optimal solution. Okay, so this improvement and diagonal allocation may not be always, sometimes. Okay, it may be in all questions or may not. So totally I categorize them into 7 steps. Sometimes 7 steps not required, only 5 steps may be required. So that is important. And one more point, whatever be the question in the case of our DM part B, keep properly the steps for stepwise marking. Very, very important, sir. Straight away 14 marks question. Okay, if you are giving more clear steps and all, he will give straight away marks. Okay, so this is entire flow chart first. What is the first one, ma? Question, if it is assignment model and all, okay, two checks should be done. What are those two checks, sir? Rows, that is balanced or unbalanced. Whether other one, model of the question. Okay, if it is maximization model, we have to convert. That is the point. Then you can go for balancing, and then you can go with the steps and all. For your convenience, you can do this question. It will be a practice for you. Shall we? Shall do fast, this question. First, read the question, sir. Read the question and see the point. What is he asking us to do? Okay, so mainly in the case of whatever be the subject you are going through, read the question peacefully first. If you are getting the question clearly, then you can proceed. Whether it is assignment or transportation or that and all, you get more clarity. Okay, so which words gives you that it is assignment? Total cost. One is minimization. Total cost, fine. Any other sentence? In the brackets, one more point. Each contractor has to be assigned only one job. So these are the few informations which give idea that it is assignment model. Okay, write down this. Sir, first, when you are doing assignment and all, what is the basic step, sir? Copy the question perfectly. Copy the question, whatever question it is there, this part copy perfectly. Because if you are not copying this perfectly and all, if you are taking some, for example, 39, instead of 39, I have taken 38, gone. So while you are copying the question in the paper and all, answer sheet, copy it perfectly. Okay. No, my request, sir, thing is that I am telling you, straight away how many marks question? Sometimes if you're happy, if you're lucky and all, he may give for different ratios, 10-4. Sir, there are no rules, sir. I'm telling straight away, my icmai will never follow rules. 7-7 combination, 10-4 can be one combination, or straight away 14 combinations. 3 combinations are there, 7 plus 7, 10 plus 4, or entire 14. If you are lucky, because one question this and all, it is lucky for us. So these are these combinations. 10 marks question, straight away he kept 4 marks. Answer perfect, answer perfect. 10 marks question, he kept how many marks, sir? 4 marks. 6 marks. I have, on the last class I gave one example. One scenario happened. This is one more scenario. In one attempt it is given for 10 marks and he kept only 4 marks. Answer perfect. No mistake in the answer. The reason is that he missed some steps. Okay, so now as of now it is stepwise marking. No? If you copy it once and all, it will be good for you. You need not see the question again and again. No? And one more point, while you are solving this, whatever be the problems, bigger problems, start in a fresh page. Okay, take 2 papers side, start from this side, and you can copy so that you can compare the data and all. For example, can you give book once? Sir, if this is the book which you are writing for and all, my request, copy, start question from this side. Why? Because if I write the data and all, while I'm using this area also I can use. But if I write the data or question here on this side, what is the effect, sir? What is the effect? For example, this side, I have to turn the page. Risk. So lengthy questions and all, what is the basic part, sir? Start from here. Start from here so that you can see the data from immediately. But if you're turning the page and all, this is one type of error. No? Error. So there is a risk. For example, instead of 10, I have taken the 100 rupees. Or instead of 50, I have taken 5. Then risk. So never do such things. Okay. No? So take down this question once. Copy the question as it is. Table is more important. Table taken by everyone, Sir, should I represent in the form of table and all with margins and all? Not required. If you present legibly and all properly, tables, drawing lines and all not required. Just maintain the proper headings, jobs, contractors, what are that and all. If you mention properly, lines, margins and all not required. Okay. So this is the question now. Exactly same now. This is the way first I will copy the matrix, given matrix. This is the first part. First step. Okay. After that, in this step you can do. Okay, first at least if you are copying once and all, if time constraint also take into consideration. So I copied this, sir. Now what I am doing in the next matrix, I am keeping the heading. What is it, sir? Row operation. In row operation, what is my main task, sir? Identify least element in each row. What is the least number, sir, here? Least number is 37. Okay, what is the next least number, sir, in the next row? 20. Next 25. Next, sir, 43. Once the numbers are identified, what is the next process, sir? From the entire row, respective row, I will deduct that number and I will form a new matrix. So that is the end result of row operation. When I am doing row operation and all, that is the end product. From that, I will start next step. What is our next step, sir? Column operation. So for your convenience, I marked. Okay, and you can also mark with pencil in a main exam. If you are marking and all, not an issue. Why? Because when you are having a cross check, you have to do the process again unnecessarily again and again. Okay, so once you mark and all, so done with the process. And even this question, is it balanced or unbalanced, ma? First two checks. And which model, sir? Straight away he is giving, what is that, ma? Consists of 4 major jobs for which 4 contractors have submitted the tender amounts, quoting cost. They are quoting cost. And even, what is that point there mentioned, ma? In the question, minimize the total cost of a project. So automatically what is impact, sir? Straight away minimization model. And the number of rows, number of columns are equal, ma? Equal, so balanced. You can start the process. That is row operation. Once row operation is done, you will get this matrix. Right, step by step. So if you present step by step and all, you are safer. Straight away I am doing everything in one matrix itself. Even you cannot understand and the valuation also cannot understand. So present step by step. If you present step by step and all, it will be good for you. Once that is done, what is next step, sir? Column operation. For column operation, what is the basic rule, ma? Each column least element should be selected. So for example, in this column, what is the least element, ma? First, there are 3 zeros, sir. Any 0 I will select, no issue, no? 0 will not change. And what about next column, ma? B column, least number 5. Okay, sir, while identifying the least numbers and all, be careful. Okay, even though we are good at numbers, sometimes there is 4 and 5, still we will mark 5. Risk. So be careful, have a cross check properly. And in the second column, third column, sir, 0. Fourth column, 7, 13. My mind may tell 13. So be careful. Sometimes definitely in the exam we may do these mistakes. So 7, these are the least numbers. Once the least numbers are marked, what is the next step, sir? We have to detect and all. Okay, once you detect and all, you'll form a new matrix. New matrix and all. Now you start with the process. Depending upon your wish, the process has different options. Some are going with what, sir? Minimum number of lines to cover, maximum number of zeros. That is one process. What is other process you are having, ma? Mark the 0 and cancel the respective column if it is a row and all. Always while you are checking this, what is that, sir? Rows and columns. Different styles are there. Based on your style, you can proceed. What is your style, ma? You are following optimality. Maximum cover, to cover maximum zeros, minimum lines. So what is that process, sir? Basically in the first row, how many zeros are there, ma? 1 0. In the second row, how many zeros, sir? 1. Third row, 1 0. Fourth, 3 zeros. So it is good for us. And also I will check with the columns. First column, how many zeros, ma? First column, 3 zeros. And the second column, 1 1 1. So if I want to cover and all, which is better, ma? By lines, if I strike and all, which is better, sir? In this case, so I can cancel this one. I can cancel this one. I can also cancel this 2. This 2 I can cancel. Balance, how many zeros left over, sir? Only 1 0 is kept. So even based on the order of zeros, number of zeros and all, if you cancel, that will be effective. Highest zeros first you cover with the lines. That is better process, ma. But however, when test for optimality is done, whether our answer is correct or not, whether we reached or not, what is the process check, ma? Any check? Number of rows equal to number of columns equal to number of lines. Is it equal, sir? m equal to n equal to 3, but number of lines, sorry, m equal to n equal to 4, but lines how many ma? 3 lines. So still in this process we are going for next step. What is the next step ma? Improvement. Improvement of matrix will apply here. While improving matrix and all, categorize all the elements into 3 categories. What are those 3 categories, sir? Uncovered, covered, junctions. Sir, uncovered, nothing but what are the numbers in this case ma? Uncovered. Uncovered, what are the numbers? Okay, so now uncovered elements, can you identify ma? 2, 27, 36, 7, 33, 17. These are uncovered numbers. From these numbers, what I should take, sir? Least number. What is the least number ma? 2. This 2 should be based on the scenarios. At junctions you add. What is junction ma? Here is one junction. Okay, and this is one more junction. 2 junctions are there, sir. What is junction, sir? Intersection of 2 lines. So while you are drawing the lines and all, draw properly. If you are not drawing the lines properly and all, again risk. Okay, now clear, sir? If you draw effectively and all, that will be. Now add 2 adjunctions from the uncovered elements, -2, these things you will form. Okay, once this is done, you will get one more matrix. Again, test for optimality, sir. Maximum zeros, minimum lines, you can cover that process and you can proceed. If at the end, if m equal to n equal to number of lines, answer done. Clear ma? So if it is done and all, basically where there single 0 is there, that will be the point. Otherwise I'll show you. It is done. So let us go for improvement. Depending upon different scenarios, different styles, sir. I have gone with a different style ma. That is marking single 0 and cancelling the respective column or row depending upon requirement. So if we go with this same process, we shall go with this. What is the now new matrix ma? Whatever matrix you will get, a new matrix from this. From this, what is the new matrix, sir? Till here everyone clear na? You know it na? So should I do or we shall proceed further? Okay, so this one video and all. What is the new matrix, sir? 4, 28, 0, 6, and here 0, 0, 0, 0, 25, 34. What about next one ma? 5, sorry, 0, 5, 31, 15. These are the numbers. And next 2, 0, 3, 0. These are the new numbers we got, sir, after forming the arrangement and all. Now again test for optimality. What is the test for optimality, sir? Zeros. Wherever there are zeros are there, highest zeros that you identify. In this first case, how many zeros, sir? 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1. Whatever maximum covered and all, if you cancel, that is good for you. So with the maximum coverage and all. So first I'm cancelling this one, 2 zeros. Okay, again this cancelled. Okay, and to cover balance and all, 4. Now what is the point there? M equal to n equal to number of lines. It is done. So we reach that point. Now when you are going with the operation and all, see the point. What is the basic rule, sir, for making allocation? One person, one assignment only. Here, because it is straight away given, for one person I can give only one contract. They mentioned, as they mentioned all, we reach to the point. Now I am mentioning the contractors also for your convenience. What are the contractors we are having, sir? Contractor 1, 2, 3, 4. Jobs A, B, C, D. Okay. Once you this reach point and all, for contractor 1, which job is mentioning there, ma? Which job, sir? Job C. That is the only option for him. No other options. Anyway, no other zeros. For contractor A, sorry, for contractor 2, which job, ma? Either I can give A or a B. When there are 2 options, skip that part for the timing. Go for the other option. Okay. But 3 contractor, what are the options, ma? 3 contractor. A only. A only is there, ma? No other option. So mark that area. Once that is done, for contractor A, job A is given. For 2 contractor, will I give A job, ma? Will I give? Will not give, na? So cancel that one. Straight away this option. Okay. Now what is the job left and who is the contractor left? D and 4. Clear, sir? This point, be careful while you're making allocation and all. First thing, see the areas where only one single zero is there. Mark it first. Which single zero, ma? This single zero. Once that allocation is done, next case. For this party, how many zeros are there, sir? 2 zeros. Leave it. Go with the next contractor. How many zeros, ma? 1 0. Mark it. Once it is marked, for 3 contractor, job A given. For a second contractor, can I will give job A again, ma? No. What is the reason, sir? One contractor, only one job. So this no option. So automatic is the last option. And for fourth, automatically. Once this is done, this answer is done, sir, finally. But you will not get full marks if you are doing this part. Still, what is the last part, sir? Last part is this one more. This part should be important. Contractor, job, and cost. Okay. If you are presenting this last step properly in the table format and all, then you will get full marks. But however, in this case, sir, which matrix I have to take, sir? Original matrix. Last matrix, whatever you are getting, compare that last matrix with the original matrix in the question bank or in the question paper. Do not take relative loss matrix also. If you take relative loss matrix also, gone wrong. Original matrix is there in which part, sir? In our question paper, first one, whatever given there. Compare, you will get the values. Clear, sir? With this process, assignment and all. If it is clear to you and all, we shall go with one more question now. In our question bank or in your book, question number 2. See the question number 2, sir? In your book. So in this case, there are, whether it is a minimization model or maximization model, identification is important, sir. Whether minimization model or maximization model. See the question and tell me. Mechanic and time given, sir. Time, normally for a mechanic should take more time or less time? Less time. By seeing the time, we will get one clarity. And in the question also, last sentence. What is the last sentence? Assume that each mechanic can be assigned only one job. Determine the minimum time. Ask minimum time assignment and also automatically minimization model. And it is balanced, unbalanced. Balanced, unbalanced, balanced. So no issues. Straight away we can follow the steps. Sir, I will give the presentation and all. See the presentation once. Okay. Sir, first most important part, what, sir? Checking these two rules. Minimization model, balanced, unbalanced, both satisfied. So no, straight away you copy the question. When you're copying the question and all, if you copy in this way, then you need not draw the lines, sir. Lines, scale and all, it's not required if you are going in this manner. Okay. Because again and again, scales, margins and all, it's risky. Once it is done, we are identifying what, least numbers. Once least numbers are identified, you got a new matrix. Okay. Once it's done, what about next one, sir? Columns. In the columns, when you are done, end matrix. Always present, try to present neatly more number of steps. Because straight away 14 marks question can be, or 10 marks question can be, or 7 marks. 7 marks, it is a least scenario. Okay. So never run, don't run with steps and all. Because now they are concentrating morely on steps. Even though your answer is perfect, steps are missing, marks are missing. So be careful. Clear, sir? If it's clear and all, now test for optimality, sir. When you're going for test for optimality and all, different styles I said, no? So here basically, how many lines, keep it in mind normally. 4 lines. But what is the order of the matrix? 5. Then we have to go for again what, sir? Improvement. Least number. What is the least number, there? The least number is 1, for example. Okay. Once that is done, you will get the answer like this. But presentation, sir. So if at the end, if you are reaching number of allocations equal to number of lines and all, you reach the optimality point and all. Okay. Once that point is reached by you, what is required, sir? This presentation required. Mechanic, job, and time. If you are not presenting in this manner and all, it's a risky for us. Present properly, then get more marks. If you are not presenting and all, you are at risk. Again, I'm telling you. Why I'm telling the point, risk. Because one attempt or 1 mark costs how many months more? 6 months. So now itself, when you are going through, go properly, prepare properly. Okay. And if this is done, there is one more important question, sir. Salesman and all. Okay. So maximization model means what is the first step, sir? First, take the question, whatever question there, and you form which matrix ma? Relative loss matrix, that is other name. Okay, so we are forming a relative loss matrix, or we are converting into cost matrix, whatever required and all. So first step, what is the first step ma? Present the question and identify the what number, sir? Highest number from the entire matrix. You have to identify the highest number. What is the highest number, sir, there? What is it? 41 na? Only 41 na? Check properly. Then okay, as 41 is the only highest. Sir, one more point ma. Balanced, unbalanced. Balanced, so no issues. But what I said, rule clear na? Maximization model unbalanced. First what you should do, sir? Convert minimization, then make it balance. Okay, add the dummy row or column depending upon scenario. As 41 is that point, I am deducting every element from 41 and forming a new matrix. What is that heading, sir? Relative loss matrix. Once the relative loss matrix is done, everything is easy. We go with the process. For you, I'm showing that column operation, row operation done. This, sir. For your convenience, mark the zeros, sir. How many zeros are there? Beside, you write with a pencil. Nothing is wrong there. Okay. If you write the zeros and all, then you mark 3 zeros. Where are 3 zeros? In the first row. That you can cancel. If you go with the process, it will be easy. Okay. I cancel that and I format this matrix. Once this is done. So again, sir, here what is the point, sir? Whether number of lines, whether they are equal, sir. Number of lines, is it visible ma? Number of lines and all? 4 lines. But what is the order of the matrix ma? 5. Is it equal, sir? Not equal. So what I have to go, sir? Improvement. In the case of improvement, what is the step ma? Identify the least number from uncovered. At this point, 3 categories, sir. What are those 3 categories, sir? Covered, uncovered, junctions. What are the junction points ma? Can you tell the points? 8, 0, 7. These are the points. There I will add. And from other numbers, these numbers I will deduct. But this covered and all I will never touch. Okay, that is the point. If I put and all, apply, and I got a new matrix. Now again, what is the process ma? Again zeros, identifying the maximum number of zeros and covering them with the lines and all. I will do the process. Okay, once that process is done, now if I go further and all, how? Now, what is the number of lines, sir? How many lines ma? 4 lines. And what about the order of the matrix? Improved, balance, that is test for optimality reached, not. Again, what we should do, sir? Improvement. One more improvement. In the case of improvement, now what is the least number ma? What is the least number, sir? 3 is a least number. Okay. Once 3 is a least number and all, basically what is the next step, sir? So at junctions, add, at uncovered, reduce. If I reduce and all, if I form a new matrix, so this is the new matrix I'm going to get. Okay. Now at this point, see ma, again zeros and all, I marked minimum lines. I marked them. And how many lines you check? How many lines? 5 lines. And what is the order of the matrix, sir? Done. So we reached for test for optimality. Now we need to go for allocation. When you are going for allocation and all, what is the basic thing, sir? So can you make allocation now, ma? Can you make allocation, sir, now? See the point. So this step at least you try. This step, keep it on the book, ma. Write this step, ma. Write this part. Now can you make allocation? Can you try making allocation and all for this, ma? Can you make allocation? Any single zero, sir? Okay, now I said the 7 steps now. In that 7 steps we are using improved matrix. Now we have to use diagonal allocation. What is it point, sir? Diagonal allocation. Sir, if the question is done by you at a slow pace, I will explain this point. So listen peacefully. Shall we? This is the important part. Okay. Sir, you know diagonal allocation, have you ever heard, ma? Not heard. If heard and all, fine. What is this? Bluetooth. Not mine. So fine now. Now everyone is at this point now. When you are at this point and all, first any single zero, sir? No single zero. So now at this case, there is some allocation called diagonal allocation. Take any zero randomly. Any zero you select. Any zero you select. Any zero. Tell with address. 2A na, 1B na, 1B I selected, sir. Visible na? Now when it is visible to you and all, always select diagonally opposite zeros. First selection done by us. And at this scenario, you will be having alternative solutions. More than one solution, but answer will be same. Keep it in mind, sir. At this point, keep more concentration. Take any zero randomly. Okay, na? When will take any zero randomly, sir? When any zero not selected. But if one zero selected and all, leave it. That you leave it. But for balance zeros, you apply the diagonal selection and all. Which zero you have taken, ma? In this case. So clear now, not a possible and all. Yeah, that is 1B I have taken. Okay. In that case, what are the diagonally opposite numbers? Either this number or this number or this number or this number or this. Diagonally opposite options. For that zero, diagonally opposite. Keep it in mind. This zero will not be coming more. You can also get this zero also. It is not diagonally opposite. Diagonals will be in this scenario. Clear now? Straight line is not a diagonal. Okay, any cross and all fine. Clear, sir, with that point? If you are clear with that point and all, now select any zero. Any zero which is diagonally opposite. You selected this zero, sir. Now any zero diagonally opposite. You are having two options, either 2A or 2E. Any zero you tell me. Anybody's with zero. 2E, yeah? Okay, 2E selected, sir. Now again diagonally opposite. Again diagonally opposite. We are having 3A or 3E. Will 3 will arise, sir? Why, sir? One body, only one job or one allocation and all. That is done. So which is the option, ma? 3A. Now what about other scenarios, sir? 4C or 4D if you want. 4D, 4D. Next, 5C. Why not 5E, ma? Because already allocation made. So this is one option. So by this option, I'm getting a few values. What are those values, ma? District 1. What is the job, ma? For whom I'm giving 1B, 2E, 3A, 4D, 5C. This is one option, sir. You will get some value, ma. That is one option. Okay. Is it clear, sir, how to proceed and all? I'm repeating this step, ma. Most important step. So in the exams and all, they may give such scenarios where even though you are going for improvement and all, still some zeros are left over. Then we have to go for diagonal allocation. Okay. Now you selected 1B. Let us go with other scenario. So with 0, ma. 1E is a 0. Okay. Now 1E is selected there. Automatically, what is option, ma? Next option? A. So that is A. What about next option, ma? Next scenario. Here we cannot. Why? Because this option is closing us. If you are going that selection and all, entire option is going wrong. So we cannot further select. For 3, is there any chance? But what is the basic rule, ma? One salesperson should be sent for sure to one district. That is violating here. So this option is not at all fine for us. Clear, ma, with this part? If you are clear and all, so this option is not fine. So for 1, cannot, only B is correct. 1B is correct, ma. What about next options? 2A or 2E you can take. So if I am taking 2A, What is the next option? 3e. 3e. What about fourth ma? 4 C or D I can take. Either C I can take or D I can take. So C. And automatically that is only option left over there. C and D. That is the third option. In third option also you'll get the total. The total should be same, sir. Keep it in mind. Whatever the options you are having, all the totals, all the answers will be same. There won't be any change at all. Now, what about another option ma? B is common, A is also common, E is also common, D, C. This is the diagonal operation and all. In this case, you are having three alternatives. You write the 3 alternatives and all. And 3 alternatives also you get the same answer. If you are not getting same answer, it's wrong. Clear, sir? Diagonal allocation. If you are clear with the diagonal allocation and all, at this point, what I want to disclose is nothing but what is this also known as arbitrary allocations or diagonal allocation. Okay. So in this case, 3 options are having that I will present here. See this. So in all the options, you will get 191, sir. Whatever the option you are going and all, you will get the answer 191. Sir, one more point here 191. What is that? Turnover, sales, that and all. Be careful, sir. Whether turnover, sales and all, be careful. Why? Because at this point also they may make some sort of mistakes. If it is units, for example, or cost or cages, keep the measurement unit properly. Okay, they are also deducting the marks from that zone. If you are not writing the values and all, even then you are getting reduced marks. So be careful. Okay. Can you call sir once more? Yes. So till here clear ma everyone? పడిపోతుంది కొంచెం మన బెంచ్ జరిగినా పర్లేదు ఇబ్బంది సార్ fine. So till here clear ma everyone? Okay, if it's clear and all, now this is one more question, sir. What is this question, sir? Question number 8. What is the scenario? Question number 8. So what is the point here ma? Minimization model or maximization model? Okay, if it is maximization model and all, see the last sentence there. Is this problem multiple optimum solution? At this point we are having more than one solutions, so we have to present all the solutions, and also here alternative solutions present properly, because he asked, when he is asking and all, present all the alternative solutions. Okay, so first check the rules, basic things. What you can check: minimization model, maximization model. Why maximization model? Which is giving information. Production, when you are making production and all, what is our target? Minimum production or maximum production? Maximum production. Automatically maximization model. Fine. What about balanced or unbalanced? Unbalanced. So this question you mark for your knowledge. While you are practicing and all, don't practice unnecessary things. Okay, straight away previous question and this question, if you practice, that is good for you. Question number 8. Okay now, so once it is done, basic checks. What are the basic first 2 checks ma? Minimization model, maximization model, balanced, unbalanced. So as it is maximization model, what I should do, sir? Convert into minimization model by identifying the highest number. That is known as what, sir? Relative loss matrix, by deducting all the elements and all. If you see the question, this is a question. Presenting them properly is most important ma. Okay, if you present properly and all, sir, once if you are done with the videos and all, so whatever you are done, whatever questions required for you, you see the file. I will share the file. This file I will share separately. This file is fully having all the topics, combined file. Okay, network analysis, whatever we are going in order, it will be in order. So first to do as a preference. If that is done, you can go with other parts. Okay, so it is balanced, unbalanced, unbalanced. Okay, so first thing what I'm doing, am I balancing it first or converting into minimization model? Converting into minimization model. Which is the highest number, sir? There 12 is the highest number. As 12 is the highest number and all, what is the point? I am forming a new matrix. Okay, So I'm not balancing first. If you balance first and all, again gone. Time waste thing. Why, sir? First I'll keep zeros. Okay. Then I'll identify highest number. 12 is the highest number. Then 12 minus 0 to all 12s. Again risk for us. Again improvement. This is the scenario going to happen. Okay. So once that is done, okay, I formed a new matrix. This is a new matrix. Now rows equal to columns are no, straight away not equal. So I made it balanced. If it is done and all, so now I include dummy there. Wherever there is shortage. Here in this case, which is a shortage, there is dummy shortage in a column. So I added column. Once I added column and all, what is the happening scenario, sir? Both it is equal. And here column operation required. Row operation required. Row operation. Row operation not required. Why not required, sir? All the elements of each row, if you take and all, they are least numbers, that is 0. So column row operation not required. Straight away you can go with which operation, column operation. Will not be wrong, thing is that least number. And again you have to go for multiple steps. And your process will be lengthy. Whatever you ask is good. Because if it is 12, 12, 12, $1, again what you will do, sir? Row operation will repeat again. One more point. And that is against or else making your process most lengthy and it is going to wrong. 12 will be. Then for example here 12, 12, 12. Automatically what will be the least number? 2. And here 3 and here 0. Here 2. Again going wrong. Wrong maybe, but it is lengthy again. Lengthy and wrong. More chances are there. So for that reasons, to avoid confusion, what is the processor? First convert, then add the dummy. Wherever shortage is there, the reward. That is the best processor. Do not waste time because everything is important there. Time management. For that you go with the process. We can do experiments in which batch? Regular batch. We can take 1 hour, 2 hours and we can do experiments. But here, as it is important for us, we are going with straight away. Keep it in mind, unbalanced maximization model. If it is given, what is the first step, sir? Always convert into minimization, then go with the balancing. That is no issue. There is no issue for us now. Conversion and all complications not there now. That is basic routine. That's a basic routine. Only one risk there. Here, how many risks? Convert and adding an addition and all, this is risk. So for that sake, I'm telling straight away, if it is a minimization model, dummy adding only the point, either row or column. But if it is a maximization, convert minimization, then add. Good for you. Okay. So if it is done, we identify the least numbers and all in the columns. We found a new matrix. Now test for optimality. What is the point? Least zeros. You can proceed that process, and you will go with that process. Here, nothing required there. Not important that much. And if it is the signal, and here, sir, what is that? Alternative solutions. As you said, alternative solutions and all. Let us go with this part first. It will be good for you. This. You try this one once. This previous one I explained. This you try. Your minimum zero, maximum zeros, minimum lines and all. That process, try once. Diagonal allocation. More options. Here he is asking straight away in the question itself, if there are alternative solutions, present them. Okay, that is what he is asking. So try. Whatever zeros we are getting, I marked there. So what is the next step, sir? So maximum zeros to cover minimum number of lines. So where there are maximum number of zeros, sir? In the case of dummy. So I'm cancelling the dummy part. dummy part cancelled. Okay, as dummy part cancelled and all, still now what is the next scenario, sir? We'll change na zeros. How many zeros ma? 2 zeros, no 0, 0, 2 zeros, 2 zeros, 1 0, 2 zeros. So it is better for me cover 2 zeros no? There are 2 zeros. In which case ma 2 zeros? This case and this case. Okay, and now last 0 it is left over here. Now check the rule ma, m equal to n equal to number of lines covered. That is part done. As that part is done to you and all, I'm explaining the same steps. Optimality reached, sir. Now what is required ma? Allocation. Optimality reached, allocation is required na? So now in this case, what is the main aspect there? Identifying single zero. So in the first case, single zero is there. First row. In the first row, always when you're checking and all, check with the row wise ma first. If that row checking is done, go with the column checking. If you're going in order and all, it will be good for you. So in the first row, how many zeros ma? 3 zeros. Second row, 1 0. Mark it for our convenience. That is done. What about next third row ma? 2 zeros. But 2 zeros are there. But what is the better scenario there? Anyway, this completed. Automatically this 0 will get. Now what about fourth row ma? 3 zeros. Row checking is done, sir. Check with the columns. A column or column A, how many zeros ma? Column A, 2 zeros are there. What about column C ma? Again 2 zeros. A column D, again, but and all that not required. So this will be not required, this will be not required. However, see, is there a possibility for us to get single zero? No single zero. Now in this case again, arbitral selection or arbitral allocation or diagonal allocation. So select any one random number. If I select this number, what is that scenario, sir? This option. That is one option, one alternative for us. Or else, what is that other alternative? If I select this 0, second alternative. These are the two alternatives we are having. So this you present properly and give the answers. Clear, sir, this process? Clear now? If you are going with this part and all, I'm showing this part. So 2 options I'm getting more. In all the 2 options also, you'll get the same value, sir. Value will not change more. Okay. And if you see the point, for which one which I make allocation and all, in all the things you'll get the same answer. Keep it in mind. Whatever alternative made, we'll get the same answer for sure. Clear with this process? Assignment clear now? Okay. If it is clear to you and all. So a question may be asked with this markings and all. So that you need not proceed. That is a restricted zone. Okay, cannot be assigned. So while you are making allocations and all, as it is restricted, you can proceed with the same rules. Apply our regular rules. But what is special point there, ma? Do not make allocation of that zone. That is the point. Clear, sir? Clear? Clear? If you are clear and all. Now this I explained again. In the case of prohibited route and all, we make this allocation, sir, infinity. Okay, just write that symbol, that is sufficient, nothing more. Okay, see what is the writing more? When I am framing the matrix, I am representing with the letter M. What is the purpose of M? You write in the question, in the whatever key and all, you write why I am writing M and all. It is restricted route or prohibited route, cannot be made allocation and all. That you write, that will be good for you. If present, it is good. Okay, because what is meant by M, it is known to you. It should be known to whom? To the guy who is correcting your paper. Clear here, sir? If you are clear here and all, you will proceed, you will get the answer. Okay, with this part, if it is done and all, we have gone clearly with our basic which model ma? Assignment is done. So here also there is a possibility for more options ma. 2 options are there, diagonal allocations. So when you are making diagonal allocations and all, what is the main target, sir? At the end, you will get the same answer. Okay, if that is done for you and all, now let us start our next buddy. Who is our next buddy, ma? Shall we? Or have 5 minutes break? Have a 5 minutes break and return back. Okay, and take 5 minutes break and return back, ma. So till now we have done with a few topics. Network analysis is done, and assignment is also done. Now we shall go with the transportation. In the last class, last exams also we got a problem on the basis of transportation. So in the transportation, if you go through basic theme, what is the purpose? In the organization point of view, first network analysis. It gives an idea for organization. What is the work to be done in order and all. Next we have gone through assignment. For which worker, which work if it is given, cost is minimum. Now transportation. What is the transportation aspect, sir? Transporting the raw materials from different points to the destination point, so that whatever required demand or supply is met properly. Okay, for example, there is Ratndeep or a D-Mart. There will be some stores and respective areas. Godown will be and the store will be. From which godown to which store I have to carry on the goods. Because what is the criteria, sir? Transportation cost also should be taken into consideration. Okay, and here if you see, there are different factories and different warehouses. From factory to warehouse. Even at a factory, what is there, sir? Factory supply part. And at the warehouse, what is there, sir? Demand. Okay, from one factory to the wherever required and transporting. But if there is only one factory, no issue. Definitely I will carry on. But if in the case there are more than one factory and more than one warehouse and all, then we have to plan properly. From which factory to which warehouse, so that my objective, what is that objective, ma'am? Cost minimization, transportation cost and all is achieved or not. Okay, and for this basically if you go with analysis, different options, sir. From supply point to demand point, how to transport goods. What is a better alternative? If there is only one way or one point, no issues. But there are different factories and different warehouse. So from one factory I have three options, but which is better from cost point, I have to decide that. Okay, so for this there are few methods basically we are having. And first, in a transportation problem, similar to assignment, if you do assignment and all, this will be same, sir. Maximum same, but the process will change, that's all. Checkings, whatever checkings you follow, the checkings are common here and there. What is the checkings there, maximization model, minimization model, here also same. And what about other aspects, sir? Balanced or unbalanced, these two things are common, but the process may change. Okay, sir. Here maximization depends upon objective scenario and all. What is the, in the case of mainly sales problem and all, in a transportation problem, that is important basically. Okay, and one more point, in the case of this supply, here balanced, what is the point, sir? Supply equal to demand or not. There in the case of assignment, rows equal to columns or not. That is the difference there. Okay, and first there can be different options, sir. Minimization or not, fine, yes, then you can go with the second check. So then automatically you can follow the steps based on the method, whatever method you are having. And otherwise, for example, if the check minimization and second check, basically what is it, balanced, unbalanced, or there is demand equal to supply or not. If not equal, make it balanced. That is the point there. This and all now not required. So first, in the case of unbalanced, what we will do, sir? Wherever there is shortage, either demand part or a supply part, there we include a dummy component to balance it. How to include and all we shall see with one problem, then you will get a clarity. Okay, sir. And one more point, keep it in mind, normally at exam level the transportation solution is bifurcated in two parts. One is initial basic feasible solution. What is that, initial basic feasible solution. For that basic feasible solution and all, you are having all these methods based on requirement. Okay, sir. First, normally we first part of this entire part, okay, if you categorize and all, sorry, these three parts. Okay, so what is common there, minimum and minimum, keep it in mind. So these are normally forming part of, similarly what is that part, sir? Least cost method is there, that is a method. And or else third one, what, sir? VAM. These are the only three bifurcations. What is the first part, sir? Northwest corner. This will be nothing but least cost aspect, and last one will be VAM. Okay, VAM is also known as what, sir? unit penalty method. Initially, if in the exam and all, if there is no word called optimum, they will find only basic feasible solution, sir. If there is a word called optimum, then you will apply which method, ma? UV rule. UI plus VJ, delta IJ value and all you calculate and you apply other method. Okay. So basically first a brief idea regarding northwest corner method. What is the basic part, sir? We go with the allocation from the northwest extreme corner. From there you keep on making allocation and all. Wherever there is some excess or supply and all, demand and all, we take calculation and we make allocations. Okay. And for example, if a question is given basically, just for a random sake, not a northwest corner, you will never expect an exam. Mainly which method, sir? BAM, for sure. Okay. Sometimes he may ask this question in MCQs. Like which is the allocation to be made if a matrix is given and all. So be clear what is it and all. From which corner they will make allocation and all. From the northwest corner. So which is the northwest corner element, ma? This element. From this element, when you are making allocations, which two things you are taking into consideration, sir? The demand part or a supply part, whichever is lower. Whichever is lower will be allocated. Whatever you make allocation, balance the balance one. For example, in this case, so here, what is the northwest corner? This is the northwest corner. Here, how much I will make allocation? 7 or 5, whichever is lower. How much I will make, ma? 5. I will make allocation for 19, 5. And once allocation is done, here it is 0, here it is balance 2. Okay. Now once one part is done, 0 it is done. What is the other way? Now which direction I will flow? Towards which direction, now? Which one I can make allocation? A1, B2. Because if I go to this cell, I can make allocation of 2 or 8. But if I go for this cell, how much I can make allocation? 9 or 0. Which is lower, sir? 0. I need 0 allocation or some allocation to be made. Some allocation is made. Okay. Wherever balance is left over, you can move to that direction and all. Normally you have a habit of writing these parts at here, and these parts you will write at the base part. Different styles are followed, sir, for based on the question and all. So it is not required that you have to follow this method and all. This information where you can write at this point, and this information you can write at this point. If you write that and if you see the total, whether balanced or not, see that part, equal, fine. Next, minimization module, maximization module. If he is giving specifically maximization, then you convert. Otherwise, what is our assumption, sir? Straight away, minimization. Clear with that part? So I made allocation for now, sir. What is next one, sir? I will go with 30. In the case of 30, what is allocation I can make, 2 or 8, whichever is lower. How much I will make, sir? 2. Okay, sorry, here is 0, no? 0, and here it is 6. 2 allocation made. Whatever allocation made, right there, sir. Otherwise, at the end, while calculating transportation cost, you may face issues. Once this is done, what is the next step, sir? Now, which allocation I will make? For which number? For which number? Tell with cell address A2, B2. A2, B2. That is the number I am going to make allocation for 30. And for 30, what is the number, sir? 9 or 6, whichever is lower. How much is allocation of 6? So this became 0 and this became 3. Now, will I go for A3, B2, ma? Can I make allocation for A3 and B2? No. Why no, sir? Already that entire has not exhausted, ma. Fully it became 0, na. So I will not make any further allocation there. Wherever 0 it is there, I will not go for the selection. Sometimes you may go with the practice of cancelling that. You can go with the cancellation also. Either you can go with that process or this process. Okay. Now, which is the next number left over, sir, there? Which is the next number left over, ma? 40. I can make for 40 allocation. For 40, what are the allocations? 3 or 7, whichever is lower. Which number I will make allocation, sir? 3, here it is 0, here it is 4, and here it is 3. Now, which direction I will flow, sir? To which direction? Which number? A3, B3. For that, I will go for allocation. What is the number, sir? 18 or 4, whichever is lower. What is that number, ma? 14 here it is 0, and here it is 4. Okay. Now, what is the last scenario I am having? Sir, which is the last number left over? Here 20. What is the allocation I can make? 14 or 14, whichever is lower, that is nothing but 14. Okay. Now, that this part, northwest corner method is done. Process is done. At the end, you have to present properly. Therefore, transportation cost. How to write transportation cost here, sir? How to write, ma? 5 into 19 plus 2 into 30 plus next one sir 6 into 30 plus what is the number ma 3 into 40 plus 14 into 20, that is one more number 4 into 70. This is the transportation cost. Once it is done, what is the value here? If some value if you are getting, mainly concentrate ma, write the rupee symbol. Rupee symbol is very very important sir. If you are not writing the rupee symbol and all gone. Measurement units and all should be done for sure ma. Clear sir till here? Northwest corner mainly not important for exams, but less chances. If you are lucky they will ask that method. If you are really lucky they will ask that method. Because in all these basic three methods and all you are finding only what ma? Initial basic feasible solution. Till here clear sir? If you are clear and all, okay, whatever we have done I mentioned in the form of steps. We make allocation whichever is lower, cancel, and there can be chance sir, you can cancel ma. So for example it became 0. Okay, if it is becoming 0 and all, this part I will cancel sir for my convenience. If it is becoming 0, then I will not concentrate on that part. Whatever balance left over, I'll go there. And this became 0. These two became 0 and all, I go for this. Whatever is becoming 0, I'll cancel. In that other direction, I will flow. Okay, clear, sir? Either you can proceed this option or that option. Cancellation and all up to you. Next, what is other method, ma? Least cost. For example, same question, ma. Least cost method. What is the option, sir? In the case of least cost method, sir, of all the elements, whatever present here, so whatever be the method, first two are common. What is this, sir? Minimization model, maximization model, balanced, unbalanced. That is common. You check that those things first. Then you can go with the process. In the process, when you are going through these elements, what is the least cost method process for? Identifying the least cost of all these costs. What is the least cost, sir? For that you make allocations first. Then if it is done fully, you will go with the next number. In this way, you keep on allocating and all. For example, what is the least number here, ma? 8 is the least number. For 8, how much I can make allocation, sir? 8 or 18, whichever is lower. So this becomes 8, and here it is becoming 0, and here the allocation is 8. Now, sorry. There 8, and here 10. Clear, ma? Now, which became 0, sir? B2 equal to 0. So for your convenience, if you want, you can cancel that. That you can do proceed. And then the northwest corner method also you can proceed with this by the cancelling and all. Now if it is cancelled and all, what is the next step part, sir? Now next least cost. What is the next least cost in the balance elements? Which is the number, ma? 10 is the least cost. For 10, what I can make allocation? 7 or 14, whichever is lower. So this becomes 0 and it becomes 7. And how much I allocated, sir? 7. Now which became 0, ma? A1, so cancel it. In the future, you will not consider them at all. Now whatever left over balance numbers, what is the least number, sir? 20 is the least number. Okay, once 20 is the least number and all, for that how much allocation I can make, sir? 7 or 10, whichever is lower. So here it is 3, here it is 0. That is how much, sir? 7. Which became 0, ma? B4 became 0. Now balance, we are having 4 numbers, sir. In this 4 numbers, basically, what is the least number? 40. How many 40s are there? 2 40s. So when there are 2 40s and all, basically, you can select any 40 which is having maximum allocation. Okay, select a 40 which is having maximum allocation. Why? Because what are we doing, sir? We are transporting goods. Am I clear, sir? We are transporting goods. So with the least cost, what is my target, ma? Transport more goods. So for example, if I go with this 40, what is allocation there? 5 or 3, whichever is lower. How much, ma? For example, 3. Okay. If I select this one, 9 or 7, whichever is lowest, 7. Sir, which one I am transporting more goods? 3 more or 7 more? 7 more. So more goods I am transporting now. So which is my better option, ma? So this is better option. So I will select which number and all. Clear now? If same number repeats and all, select that number where there is maximum allocation. Now this is selected. I make allocation and all. When I make allocation, this becomes what, sir? 0, and here becomes 2. As it is becoming 0, this part cancelled. Now balance, there are only 2 numbers. What is the least number there? 40. I will make allocation, and balance I will make for 70 allocation. Okay, this clear, sir? That is, one is northwest corner method. Extreme corner, I will start make allocations and all. In this case, least number. When there are least numbers and all, select that same least numbers. Select that number where there is maximum allocation and all. Clear, ma? Very clear and all. Next method is most important, sir. What are the steps we have done? I have written there, ma. VAM is most important, sir. So concentrate more on VAM. What is the first check, sir? That is common. Minimization, maximization, balanced, unbalanced. That is common there. Okay. Now let us, for our convenience, go with one problem of VAM. Okay. Question number 1 in our book. Sir, they are asking us to do both, all the 3 methods. We will not do with all the 3 methods, ma. We will do with only VAM, because VAM is exam point of view very, very important. So write down the question properly, sir. In the question, what is the first step, ma? Copying down the table, whatever table given there. So copy down the table, sir. These are the informations given. So copy down the question perfectly, ma, while copying the question and all. Be careful. Then what is the first step, ma, in the case of VAM? Mainly in the case of VAM, listen once. First thing is that calculation of penalties, ma. We calculate penalties for rows and also columns separately, one by one. Okay. So for that, basically when you're presenting the question and all, what is the most important aspect, sir? Drafting it, present proper space to its corners. Okay. There should be some appropriate space here and here for writing penalties and all. Okay. So what is the heading there, sir? Row penalties. Whatever you are calculating, that is row penalties, and here column penalties, ma. Row penalties and column penalties. So first, how to calculate row penalties, ma? Any idea, sir? First least number and the next least number. From which area, sir? Whatever the elements you are having, from these elements only. In exam, hurry and all, don't take this buddy. Okay, be careful, ma. If you're taking that element, other things, supply, demand part and all, that is gone wrong. And first, is it balanced or unbalanced? How, ma? What is the demand total, sir? 150. What is supply total, sir? 150. As it is equal and all, we need not worry and all. And he has not given whether it is a minimization or maximization model and all. So if it is not given specifically, it's a minimization model. And which, whatever the points if you take. Okay. So from plants to the transportation cost, he said. Cost, minimum or maximum? Minimum. So it is a minimization model. From the existing information, whatever he gave, that we presented it. Okay. And now first, what is the first step, ma? Difference between first least cost and next least cost. What is the first least cost, sir? 3. What is the next least cost, ma? 5. So what is the first penalty, sir? First penalty I'm calculating, it's 2. What about next one, sir? 2 is the least, next least also 2. So difference what, sir? 0. What about next one, ma? First least 2, next least 3. So what is that, sir? 1. What about column penalties, sir? column penalties, first case, first least is a 2, next least is a 3, so it is a 1. What about next case ma? 0. Next case it is 1, next case it is 0. Once penalty calculations are done, go with the highest penalty. What is the highest penalty here, sir? 2 is the highest penalty. Once 2 is the highest penalty and all, for your convenience you mark it. It is not mandatory that you should mark in a different way. It's your wish. From 2, it is in row or a column? Row. When it is in row, from the row, take the least cost. What is the least cost, ma? 3 is the least cost. Okay. For 3, I have to make allocation. Supply or demand, whichever is lower. Supply or demand, whichever is lower, ma. 20 is a lower. So I am making allocation. So here it is 0. Here it is leftover 30. Okay. Now this 30, whatever you make allocation right here. Okay. And which part became 0, ma? R1 became a, sorry, 20. R1 became 0. So as R1 is 0 and all, I will cancel for my convenience, ma, so that I will never consider them at all. Okay. Now first penalties are done, sir. What about next, ma? Second penalties I have to calculate, sir, for row and also for column. Sir, again, what is the scenario, sir? What is the first least number? 5. Sir, first least number not 3, ma, because it is cancelled. So keep it aside. So first least number 5, second least number 6. So what is the difference, sir? 1. What about next case, ma? First least number 2, next least number 5. Difference how much, sir? 3. What about next case, sir? 2 and 6. So what is the least number, ma? 4. What about our next column penalties? 0, 1, 0. They are not getting affected and all. They will remain same. So of these penalties, what is the highest, ma? 3 or 4? 4 is highest. 4, again, it is in which row, ma? Row P3. So in the P3 and all, what is the least number? 2 is the least number. For 2, I make allocation. What is that, sir? Supply 60 part or 25 supply part or demand 60 part, whichever is lower. What is that, sir? 25. So how much left over, ma? 35. So whichever part became 0 and all, I am cancelling that part. Now how many elements are left over, sir? Only 2 rows, 3 columns are left over. There only we will concentrate now. Okay. So now again I am calculating third penalties, ma. When I am calculating third penalties and all, what is the first case, sir, value? 5 and 6, because it is remaining same. Next 3, it is also not affected. When it is cancelled, for that we need not calculate, sir. Whatever cancel and all, for that we need not calculate the penalties. Okay. Now it is done. What about next case, ma? Third penalty is here. 0, 1 and it is 4. Now of these penalties, what is the highest number, ma? 4 is the highest number. Okay. In that 4, what is the least cost? 2 or 6. That is 2 is the least. For a 2, how much I can make allocation? Here 25 allocated, no? 35 or a 75. What is the lowest, ma? 35. I make allocation of 35 here, and here it is how much left over, sir? 40. Which part became 0, ma? R4 became 0. So I am cutting them. Now whatever left over we are having, for that, is there a possibility for us to calculate penalties? For a penalty calculation, what is the main criteria, sir? At least 2 numbers should be, because first least number, next least number. Here 2 numbers are there, so I can calculate penalties. So I'm calculating the fourth penalties, ma. Fourth penalties, the numbers 2, 3, and here 0, 1. Sorry. Which is the highest, ma? 3. As 3 is the highest and all, in that part, what is the least cost? 5 is the least cost. For 5, what is the allocation I can make? 20 or a 35? 20 or 35, na? These are the 2 numbers. So 20 or a 40? 20 or 40, what is the least, ma? 20 is the least. So allocation made is 20, and here left over 20. Clear, no? So if it is clear and all, now which part became 0, sir? R2 became 0, cancelled. Now can I calculate penalties? Can calculate, but is there any use, ma? No use, because only one penalty, that will be same. So if this is done, penalty calculation completed. But now what is the balance allocation left over? Okay, so regarding balance allocation and all, here how much left over, ma? Here, sir, 20. Here how much, sir? This will be same. 50 equal to 30 plus 20. If it is there, your answer is perfect. So respective allocations, make the respective allocations at the end. So the respective allocations will be what, ma? 30 and 20. Okay, once it's done and all basic part, if it is done, what is your answer, sir? Just whatever their transportation cost into units. If you multiply, you will get the transportation cost. Clear, ma, with the VAM method? This is a basic feasible solution, first part, sir. Okay, if this is clear to you and all, sometimes they may ask you to go with the optimum solution, then starts the worst scenario. Okay, lengthy process. Okay, sir, I will give the idea of that process, ma. Basically depending upon the marks, ma. In the last attempt we have seen the question paper, no? 7 marks, 7 marks and all. See the levels, how many questions, 1 2 3 and all. So maximum you can get 3 marks still here, based on the questions also. Sir, if he's asking Roman number 1, Roman number 2, Roman number 3 and all, based on that, okay, apply VAM method, that is one step. Second one, he asked us to calculate what is the transportation cost. Third one, if he's asking, it is the next process now, UV rule. When he's asking third process and all, 3 to 4 marks you'll get till here, sir. But normally what we will tell, ma, stop till here we will tell normally, because other method, what is the process, sir? Risky. It is not risky, ma, it is taking time and all. Okay, basically the process, whenever you are done till here, we have to check whether the allocation made by them is optimum or not. For that process and all, okay, there is a different situations, ma. Degeneracy solution, non-degeneracy solution, m plus n minus 1 equal to number of allocations or not. This will check basically. Okay, for the tools and all, I will see. Sir, first step, what is the first step, ma? Calculation of penalty. Clear now? So penalty, how to calculate, sir? For rows and columns, take the least numbers, first to least and next least, and calculate penalties. Okay, and if the least numbers are same, what is the difference, sir? There is 0. What is the next step, sir? Identify the highest penalty among all the penalties and make allocation. Okay, that highest penalty can be in row or column, sir. It can be sometimes in row, it can be sometimes in columns and all. Okay, and if it is in row, take the least cost from that row, then make allocation. Okay, now here, sir, availability or requirement, supply or demand, whichever is lower. Okay, highest penalties if they are coming same and all. First, at this scenario, for example, I am writing an example, ma, 8 8. Okay, for example, here also 8 8. This is a case. In this case, sir, basically when the penalties are same, go with this 8, first 8. With the first 8, what is allocation there? See the least cost you are getting or not. Or else, for example, I selected 8, I got a least cost of 1, I got a least cost of 3, I got a least cost of 4, I got a least cost of 5. In these 4 least costs, which is least? 1. That is 1 point. Clear, sir? Clear? So when the penalties are same, what is the step, sir? Go with the selection of least cost, which is least. That is clear. Next step, sir, sometimes more complicated. You want to make more complicated and all, you will make. So here also least cost 1, here also least cost 1. Okay. Any issue with recording? No, fine. Sir, here also it is 2, here also it is 3 more. Now 2 least costs are there, now, sir. Go with the maximum allocation. Okay. Maximum allocation and all. Am I clear, sir? With this one, what is allocation you see there? With this one, what is allocation you see there? Maximum allocation will proceed. This much level he will go, sir. Otherwise, if you want to make you do more cry and all, that also will come same. Maximum allocation also same. Then see the next costs, whatever there, next alternatives, if they are least, go with that aspects. Clear? So this penalties and all, basic part, okay. If it is done, sir, next, what is the point, sir? Chances for tie-in penalties are there, ma. If penalties are same, What is that point, sir? Whatever you asked. What is it, sir? We go with what, ma? Penalties are same. 8, 8, same penalty. Then I will go with what, sir? Least cost. And if you tie in the cost also, what is the point, sir? Go with the maximum allocation. And if tie in the, then go with the, normally they are having two scenarios there. Here, ICMA straight away is telling that go with any arbitral selection. That is one point. Or go with the next least compare. If I select this, what is the next possible selection and all? That should be least, if it is going or not. Or if I select this number, what is other scenario? So always our target is that may go with the least cost. Next cost should not be more. Clear? So if it is point and all. And next, repeat this process until what, sir? Full supply and demand are fully met. If it is done, what is next one, sir? This is a basic part of what, ma? VAM. But now sometimes they may ask you to calculate what's sir? Optimal solution. There starts the thing process and all. And sir, in all the three methods, this check is common, ma. What is that check, sir? There in the assignment, what is the check, ma? M equal to N equal to number of lines. Here, what is that, ma? M plus N minus 1 equal to number of allocations. I marked a number and I made some rate of supply and demand, whichever is lower, na? That is nothing but allocation. How many allocations are there? That we make it. Sometimes there can be equal, ma. That is optimal allocations. But here there can be this case, or else what is this case, ma? Greater than 1. This can be, sir, for sure, no issue, ma. But if it is a case and all, then I will go with what type of allocation, sir? Dummy allocation. And I will represent with the letter E. E value is approximately equal to 0 for your clarity. Okay. If it is done till here and all, I will show the other file also, so that regarding optimal allocation you will get more clarity. So sometimes they may ask you in MCQs, ma, basic aspects. First, sir, transportation problem. If they are going with, they are asking you with the initial basic feasible solution, you are very lucky. All the three methods, first stage. Least cost method, first stage, least cost. Northwest corner also first stage. VAM also first stage. These are first stages, ma'am. But of these three questions, or these three methods, which gives a perfect answer or very close to perfect answer? VAM gives a perfect close answer. Okay, so that is the reason if the method is not prescribed and all, go with VAM only. Otherwise, they are not prescribed. I'll go with LCM or Northwest corner. That is not mandatorily followed by everyone. Everyone and accepted by everyone is which method, sir? VAM. If not given, go with VAM. Okay, that's the point. And sir, sometimes there can be different situations. Maximization of profits. If it is given minimization model, maximization model, maximization model, then automatically same processor convert into minimization model. Okay, and balanced, unbalanced, and all. What is the point, sir? Supply equal to demand or not? If it is not equal, we have to make it balanced. Okay, and for this I gave some example here. This case, see this case, is it balanced, sir, to the total, ma? Is it balanced? What is the difference there? In which region there is a difference? What is the total of this, ma? 600. What is the total of this, sir? 500. What is the difference, sir? 100 is the difference. Where there is a difference, that difference we will fill here, na? Example. So automatically there is a dummy column. Dummy column I will fill. Otherwise, if there is shortage here, okay, I'll write some amount here and all, and I will fill the dummy row depending upon requirement. Wherever there is a shortage, I will fill their respective points. Okay. And one more point, exam point of view, keep it in mind. Okay, sir, LCM can be three categories, sir. Supplier point of view, if they ask you to solve, what is that method, ma? Row minimum. There is some process, just keep it in mind. They will not ask these classifications and all. Supplier, what is the point, sir? Row minimum. Consumer, which minimum, ma? Column minimum. Why? Because in the question you see, sir. So supplier point of view, what is that, ma? Row minimum. Row minimum. Suppliers, na? Suppliers. Demand, so consumers. Consumer point of view, this should be minimum. keep it in mind, that's all. They will not ask, but for your convenience I'm telling. Okay, sir, as it is unbalanced and all, for this example, this question, is it balanced, ma? Take this question, sir, for example. Is it balanced, sir? No, not a balanced. No. So what is the demand total, ma? What about supply total, sir? 800. There is a shortage. How much is the shortage, sir? How much is the shortage, ma? 800. Where there is shortage and all, I am including there. So now if I include there and all, what is this matrix, sir? Now it's a balanced matrix. Where there is shortage, I will write there. So here there is a shortage. Sorry. As there is shortage here, now it will be forming part of dummy. In dummy, basic things are normally exceptional case they will not give. Dummy elements, what are the elements, ma? Zeros. In dummies, whatever be the elements will be zeros normally, unless they are specifying it. Okay, if they specify, take that number. If they are not specifying, straight away dummy elements are zeros. Okay, now basic process, ma. This is basic penalty calculation and all. This part is common, whichever you know. Okay, and at the end you will write this. But once they ask you to find this method, there starts the issue. What is that one, ma? Optimum distribution. If he is asking, or optimum, by seeing the word itself, you have to start the next process, next stage. This problem is known to you, ma. Till this level, whatever the 3 methods you are following, you will follow different methods. But VAM gives a perfect answer. But when they are asking optimum, we have to continue again. We have to write the matrix, whatever you are getting in the first stage, separately. Write whatever allocations clearly. You make those representations perfectly, ma. Okay, now basically, sir, what is it, ma? This test and all will conduct degeneracy solution, non-degeneracy solution and all. If m plus n minus 1 equal to number of allocations, then the solution is what, sir? Degeneracy solution and all. If not equal, there are 2 situations. Okay, and if optimum test is not achieved, or that value not equivalent and all, we will go to the next step. Okay, so regarding that step and all, what is that method is known as, sir? UV rule. In the UV rule, what is the first formula we are using, ma? Cij is equal to ui plus vj. What is this? You will get a clarity. First, you go with the process. What is that, ma? Cij is equal to ui plus vj. Okay, this is for what cells, sir? Allocated cells. So here in the table, whatever table you are having, this one, what are the allocated cells, ma? Can you tell the allocated cells, sir? What are the allocated cells? These are the allocated cells, no? So this allocated cells, we use the formula Cij is equal to ui plus vj. Okay, and for unallocated cells, after this Cij is done, you will get the values of ui and vj. So first I will write that one. U1, U2, U3, V1, V2 and V3. These are the values we represent, ma. Okay, and mainly we concentrate on which cells, sir? First part. In the second method, first part we go with the allocated cells. In the allocated cells, we concentrate mainly on the allocated aspects. So for that, what is the formula, ma? Cij is equal to ui plus vj. Okay, so you always basically follow the order. For this first part and all, what you will do, sir? Whatever you are getting, okay, you make which cells, ma? Allocated cells. Identify them with address, their cell address. Okay, so allocated cells will be taken first part. Okay, next we will frame the equation Cij is equal to ui plus vj. What is the first allocated cell, sir? First allocated cell, ma? 17. Okay, that is represented with the u1 v2. Okay, that is a cell there, this one, no? Okay, next Cij, basically Cij stands for what, ma? Cost. In that cell, what is the cost? What is the cost, sir? 17 is the cost. 17 is the cost. Okay, is equal to ui plus vj. That is the first one. So instead of vi, I am writing 1. What is j, sir? 2. That is the first equation framed. What is the next cell, sir? Next cell, u1 v3. Okay, in that what is the cost, ma? 25 is the cost. What is the equation, sir? U1 plus V3. Next, what about next cell, ma? U2 V1. What is the cost there, sir? 15 is equal to, what is the value, sir? U2 plus V1. Clear? In this way, we have to go with all the allocated cells. Once you present that values and all, we go with assumption, first assumption. To solve those equations and all, we go with assumption, basic assumption, U1 equal to 0. That is one assumption followed, ma. Keep it in mind. What is assumption, sir? U1 equal to 0. With that assumption, you solve all the equations. Whatever equations you framed, you will solve it. Then you will get the values of all. You write the values here. Whatever values you are getting them, you write here. Once this part is done, you go with the calculation of opportunity cost. Okay, delta ij. Okay, what is next one, ma? Delta ij. That is Cij minus ui plus vj. This is the next formula used. In this formula, you should get either positive or a 0. If any negative value arises, then again you have to make reallocation. Okay, that is the reason all the faculties normally, when they are telling this method and all, they will ask you to stop here. Okay, now, so otherwise I will show to you, ma. Basic part and all. So these are calculations we made now. So as I represented, I have taken the values. First, ma, you maintain the cells, allocated cells, whatever I'm writing with address. Next, cost, Cij, whatever cost I'm writing, I explained in entire single step. But here I framed equations. And I will solve the equations. What is the first assumption I made, ma? U1 is equal to 0. Okay. If you see these equations, this part. So mainly, what is the next address, ma? What is the next cell? What is the next cell, sir, in this case? First three are done. U2, V2. What is the cost there, ma? 10 equal to U2 plus V2. What about next last cell, sir? U3, V3. That is 0 equal to, what is the value, sir? U3 plus V3. So allocated cell, whatever the information. Now, what is our first assumption? I said, ma, U1 equal to 0. Therefore, 17 equal to 0 plus V2. What is the value of V2, ma? 17. That is clear, na? So you got a V2 value as 17 here. Okay. So write the assumption 0 and here it is 17. Once that is done, what about next one, sir? 25 plus 0 plus V3. That implies V3 equal to what, ma? 25. So therefore write the value of V3. And after that, what is the value scenario, sir? 15 is equal to U2 plus V1. Can I get the value, sir? Not possible. So I'm going with the next step because I didn't get a U2 value or V1 value. Not having. What is the next step, sir? 10 equal to U2 plus V2. V2 value is there? 17. So if I substitute, I will get U2 value. What is U2 value, ma? U2 is equal to minus 7. Just write there minus 7. Okay. Once that is done, in the last case, what is the point, sir? 0 equal to U3 plus V3. And also I am having what value, ma? V3 value, it is there, sir. 25. Okay. Therefore, V3 is equal to, U3 is equal to minus V3. That is minus 25. Minus 25. All the values are clear now. So based on assumption, we can solve the values. Okay. So generally they will take the assumption of what, sir? U1 equal to 0. That assumption they can find all the values. Once these values are done, okay. Now what I will do, sir? I will calculate the value of this is a part whatever done there. Okay. Once this is done, what is next one, ma? Unallocated cells. Whatever unallocated cells are there, same process. Cells identification, their whatever the representation are there, their costs are taken. And from that what I will do, sir, this I'll explain for your convenience. See, what is the formula, sir? Delta ij is equal to Cij minus ui plus vj. So automatically C11, what is the value, sir? Unallocated cell, 25. 25 minus of 1 1 na? So u1 v1, u1 value 0, v1 value we calculated and we got a 22. Substitute and get the value. These are the final values. Here the point is, what is the value of delta ij? Any negative value or positive values now? As all are positive values, your allocation made is optimum. Done. Clear? Clear, sir? I'm not going further. If you want, I will go further. Okay, na? Why? Because basically if you get a negative value and all, what is the process? I'll explain. Just listen, that's all. If any value is negative in this delta ij, if it is negative, what is the next step, sir? Again, basic thing I will explain here. See, delta ij value. In other problem I am showing. What is the delta ij value, sir? Delta ij. Negative values are there, no? In this case, then you have to go for reallocation again. Okay, so plus, minus, whatever the 3 numbers are there, whatever 2 numbers are there, negative numbers, in that least number I will take. From that I will go with the signatures. Plus, minus and all, I will go with reallocation. Okay, that's a basic thing. I will never request you to go to that point. Leave it. Okay, till there you do it. Maximum will get 2 marks, sir. That's all, sir. Straight away I'm telling, because time, how much time? Explaining is easy, but to draft and all, when you're drafting, any step gone or risk for us. So clear with VAM now? So basically VAM is the most important in the case of transportation methods and all. While you are going with VAM and all, basically practice more and be cool. While you're writing, if one number gone wrong, entire part will go wrong. Clear till here? If it's clear till here and all, now we shall go with other things here. I am going with the game theory. Game theory, don't you know? It's a very important, sir, from exam point of view, and it is also easy when compared to other aspects. So first I will explain the concepts, sir. Once you are clear with the concepts and all, we shall take small break and we shall continue the afternoon session regarding problems of game theory and all. Okay, so first, mainly game theory, always whose point of view? Think from your point of view in the game theory and all. So what is your main target? Win or loser? When I'm playing a game, what is my target? When I'm writing an exam, what is my target? That is the main point, no? So always game theory point of view, they will think a player, who is that player playing, that guy's main motive is to get a gain, that's all, or to win the game. Okay, that is a point there given there. Okay, so different terminologies are used, sir. Player, who are the players and all? Okay, player nothing but what? Participant. Whoever writing the exams, they are participants in exam point of view. Who are playing the match? For example, there is a match between India and Pakistan. No, what is our point, Players. 2 players are there. They are the players. So, for example, we are from Indian side. What is our target? What is our main motive? To win. Okay, is that clear, sir? Next, there can be play. Play is nothing but whatever game conducted there. What about next one? 2 persons. The 2 persons can be, basically keep it in mind, 2 persons game. It can be 2 teams or 2 persons. In chess, how many persons? 2 persons. But in the case of cricket, there are more number of players. It does not mean that there are more number of persons. No, sir. 2-person game is wrong, sir. 2 persons can be 2 teams also. What about next one? N-person game. Here n is normally, when it is n and all, more than 2. Sometimes there can be more than 2 players and all. What is the case, sir? 2 players. I'll give you a best example in the case of swimming and all. So how many players? Only 2 players. Or in the case of car race, F1 car race and all, how many players ma? Only 2 players are. More than 2 players, so there is a case. Okay. And basically, what is the next option, sir? Next point, sir. Zero sum game. What is this, sir? How much I won, that is equal to your loss. Then in that case, what is that known as, sir? Zero sum game. What about next 2% zero sum game, sir? Here 2 players are there. Whatever I am gaining is equivalent to whatever you are losing. That's a point. Okay. And sometimes they can play with market share. I gained market share. Whatever my gain, automatically it is your loss. These are the few other terms and all, not required. And sir, basically in the case of gaming theory and all, there are 2 strategies, sir. What are the 2 strategies, ma? One is pure strategy and other one is a mixed strategy. When I apply pure strategy is the question. What is the case, sir? First, I clearly know what is the action taken by my competitor, what he will do. I know clearly. Then I will apply pure strategy. What about next one, sir? Deterministic situations. I am determining clearly, you know, his action will be like this. So I am taking this step. That is a point. What about next one, sir? Target. Target. What is my target, ma? Maximize my gain for sure. What about next one, sir? What about next point? As I know everything about him, I will take decision in advance or of some time in advance. Okay. So what about the situations where I use mixed strategy, ma? When I don't know the situation, what my player will do in the future, I will go with this process. Okay. And as I'm not clear, I'm just evaluating or I'm trying to evaluate. So what is that, ma? Probabilistic. Probability, how much chance. So in the cricket also, what will be the strategy of other player? Will it be known to them? May or may not. So they will apply mixed strategies there. Okay. If you are clear, then you apply what, ma? Pure strategy. If you are not clear, you apply which strategy, sir? Mixed strategy. And here, every time, anyway, what is the point, sir? Maximizing the gain and all. That which gain? Are we getting exactly gain or expected gain? Because what I'm applying the concept of probability. Okay. And in the course of actions, I'll apply the whatever applicable to me. And of that, I'll go with the pure one. Okay. So here, payoff. What is meant by payoff, ma? Mainly. Payoff means what is the net result? Profit, increase in profit, increase in market share. What is the end result? That is nothing but payoff meaning. What about payoff matrix, sir? Whatever the scenarios I'm having, if I mention the form of matrix, whatever the results, for me, if I'm going with this option, what is other player can take? That and all, if I present in the form of matrix, that will be the payoff matrix and all. Okay. So always keep in mind, rows. What is the point? Rows are always representing what, sir? Maximizing player. Means our point. From our point of view. Okay. What about columns, ma? Minimizing player. Clear, sir? So always, if you are maximizing player, what is other player there? Minimizing player. Keep it in mind. Okay. And Cij denotes what? What is the course of action taken? This will be, sir, normally this is a case. Okay. For example, here 10, 15, 2, 3. This is nothing but what, sir? Xij. So these are what players, ma? Maximizing player strategies. These are minimizing player strategies. If letters are not given, you can take by yourself. And always go with the normal representation, A, B. Okay. Because always it is a regular use to use A. For which player, ma? Maximizing player. B for minimizing player, opposite player and all. Okay. See, what about next one, point D? For a 2% zero sum game, the basic rule is that whatever I'm gaining is equal to other loss. Na? So sum will be what, sir? Minus 20 plus 20, how much, sir? 0. Or minus 1 lakh, I'm having loss. Other body is having profit. What is the net effect, sir? 0. That's a point there. Okay. See, for example, without advertisement and all, they have got a loss of 50 crores. Automatically, what is other player, sir? No advertisement and all. They gain something. Because of this and all, what is the net effect? Minus 50 plus 50, 0. Okay. And optimal strategy. Okay. Course of action which puts the player into most preferred position. At the end, whatever strategy we are following, what is the main target? Win or loser? Win or loser? win. In that win also optimally how I'm playing. That is aspect there. And mainly this points and all basically not required ma, but just for knowledge. If you're having idea and all, when you apply the problem, it will be very easy. Okay, sir, expected payoff. What is the point ma? Sir, if the value of the game is equal to 0, what is the value of game ma? Basically, whatever you are gaining, whatever is the other player losing. Together, if it is 0, it's a what type of game? A fair game. So they may ask in MCQs, if the value of the game equal to 0, that game is known as what's a fair game. But if the value of the game, how much you are gaining, for example, you are gaining 5 lakhs, I am losing only 2 lakhs. Then what is the total, sir? Is it 0? So it is unfair game. These points, keep it in mind. Okay. So if it is done and all, and most important point, saddle point. Identification of saddle point is most important, sir. For that, I will give the examples and all. So listen first. Basically, this way the question can be given without having these aspects. These are not given. These two are not given basically. Only this is a part of question. In this part of question, first aspect, mainly when a question is given, our basic step what ma? Row odds, column odds calculation. Okay, row odds. So what is the basic meaning, sir? Row odds. In the rows, what is the minimum number? 9 2. What is the minimum? 2. I represented there. Okay. Next, in the case of 8 6, what is the minimum? And in the case of 6 4, 4. These are the minimum numbers. Clear? Worst case losses I am writing there. What about columns, sir? In the case of columns, we take a maximum value. 9 8 6. What is the maximum, sir? In the case of 2 6, from this least numbers, take the maximum number. That is known as what, sir? Maximin. You may be having idea regarding maximin and minimax. So basically, while you are solving these problems and all, if they ask you to apply pure strategy with identify saddle point and all, what is the first step, sir? Row odds, column odds. Row odds, nothing but what? Minimum values. And column odds, what is that, sir? Maximum values. Take the minimum values and maximum values properly. From that values, take what, ma? From the minimum values. These are the minimum values, na? Take maximum value. What is that maximum value, sir? 6. From this maximum values, what is the minimum value, ma? 6. If these two are equal, then saddle point. Keep it in mind, sir, when a question is given, that too they are asking you to go to saddle point calculation and all. What is the basic step, sir? Present the question properly. And once you present the question properly and all, if A and B are not given, take the assumption. You take the assumption. If you take the assumption and all, you can proceed. Okay, write whatever assumption you are taking there and represent there. Once you are representing there and all, you can start the process. First, what is step, sir? Row odds. What is the row odds, ma? Taking minimum values from each row. From that, we take maximum value. What is that known as, sir? Maximin. What about this one, sir? Each columns take maximum value. From that, what I should take, sir? Minimum value. It is known as what, ma? Minimax. What is the sentence? Can you read once, ma? Maximum among minimum values. And what is this, sir? Minimum among maximum values. If these two are equal, you reach the saddle point. You need not apply second method. And in this case, value of game 6. And what is the strategy of game? A2, B2. That is the strategy of game. Done, sir? Clear, sir? Some idea? Are you getting some idea, ma? So when they are asking you to calculate pure strategy and all, first present the question properly. I'm repeating again because easy part. If this part fails, then we apply mixed strategy. In mixed strategy, we are having different points. When 6 not equal to, for example, 5, saddle point not reached, then we have to apply what, ma? Mixed strategy, different methods. Okay. So now what is the other one, sir? See the sentence. If minimax equal to maximin, what is the point, sir? It is known as saddle point. And the value of game, how much, sir? In this case, 6. And strategy of game is what, sir? A2, B2 will be optimal strategy. This way you have to write the answer for a value of game and all. Okay. If it is clear to you and all, at this point, A has the highest possible gain and B has highest possible loss. Because what is the point, ma? What is the point? Whatever I win, you will lose same. So both the scenarios, net of 0, a fair game. Okay. No, it is basically by the scenarios, whatever assumptions. If the saddle point is reached, for sure that is a conclusion. Keep it in mind, ma. If minimax equal to maximin, then automatically this is a conclusion. If it is not reached, what you will do, sir? You apply mixed strategy. Different methods are there. You apply them and you proceed. Automatically loss. That is our assumption. What is that point? In the entire game and all, we are which side? A. A is our representation, our position. We are holding this position, A1, A2, and A3 position. Okay. What about B, sir? Our competitor. For example, if you are having this business, McDonald's and any other Pizza Hut, these two are competitors. So McDonald point of view, A, they will stand in A position. Everyone, that is a target now. At the end real world and all, what is the point? And that is secondary. But for a basic assumptions, with some basic assumptions and all, we are calculating this. But this much easier. Now, this much easier to evaluate the market. Just basic gaming theory process. Some assumptions. Some to some extent may be correct. Okay, sir. And regular class, if you want, what I said now. YouTube live, it is there. In the YouTube, that too live part. If you see, there are 13 videos more totally. Okay. If you go to 13 videos and all, cover it fast. We're having detailedly, very slowly, very slowly, it will be there. Okay, now, sir, but for pure strategy and saddle point, if they ask you to find any idea, clear idea, na, present the matrix, present it properly. Once you present the matrix and all, you have to find out two things. What are those two things, sir? Row odds, column odds. Row odds, minimum value, column odds, maximum value. Okay, so from the rows, take the minimum value. From the minimum values, take the maximum value. Columns, take the maximum values. From the maximum values, take the minimum value. If these two are equal, then saddle point is reached. Okay, that's the point there. Okay, if it is done to you and all. Next scenario, sir. So basically, if a player chooses A1 strategy, what is the player B1 is choosing, ma? B2. Basically, keep it in mind. So that to minimize his loss, that their target. Okay, this is row odds. What about next one, ma? If the player A is choosing A2 strategy, what is B player's strategy, ma? Again, see the point here. If a A1 player is choosing A1 strategy, automatically B player is choosing B2. If A2 player is choosing A2, automatically player B2. His target is that to minimize the loss, at least to minimize the loss, not out of profit and all. Whatever loss I am facing, I have to minimize that. Okay. These are the things which I have written there. Options for different options, I gave different things. What is the other course of strategy and all. Okay. And however, see, so A can gain what are the things, ma? Either 2, 6 or 4. Okay. And what is his main name, ma? Maximizing player. So of these minimum gains and all, which he will select, ma? Minimum gains, again highest. Anyway, I took which gain, ma? Minimum gains. In that I want, sir, at least highest gain. What about B player, sir? B has maximum 9 loss, maximum 6 loss. And in this losses, maximum loss, what I will select, ma? Minimum, ma. That's the point. Least loss. Okay. So this is the point and all. However, sometimes I said the other things, na. What is the first one, ma? Uses minimax criteria. Maximum player strategies are shown, this and all is explanation, that's all. Not required for us. But game is solved when what, ma? Maximin is equal to minimax, that is saddle point, whatever we said. Okay. Saddle point and again theory part. Now, sir, if saddle point is not reached, which strategy, sir? Mixed strategy. In the mixed strategy, see the point, ma? Problem of a game without saddle point is nothing but what, sir? Problem of a mixed strategy. They use, sir, in mixed strategy, one strategy, different strategies with the probabilities. They have different probabilities, options and all. And we need to first, in the case of mixed strategy, what is the first important part, sir? Probability calculations. How you calculate probability and all, that is most important. If you are clear with the probability calculations and all, your calculations will be very easy. Okay, sir, first, what are the three methods in the mixed strategy? First one, what is the first method, sir? Odds method or arithmetic method. When we apply this method, when the matrix is 2 by 2 matrix, only then you will apply. Okay, sir, however, what is second method? Dominance method or m by n payoff matrix method. In which situation, sir, we apply? When it is not 2 by 2 matrix, keep it in mind. When it is not 2 by 2, I will apply which method? Dominance method. Here also in dominance method, first I will try to convert into 2 by 2. Then again I will apply odds method. In all the three methods, keep it in mind. First their target is to go with odds method because 2 by 2 matrix. Okay, if it is not 2 by 2 matrix and all, what they will do? They will try to convert. Extreme case, graphical method. Graphical method and all they will ask straight away in the question. And one more hint, what is that, sir? 2 by n. It is 2 by n or m by 2. If it is in that representation and they ask you to graph is a different category. Graph and all you can draw on the paper itself with your own measurement scale and all you can draw it. Okay, sir, in all the three methods, what is the target, sir? Convert the existing matrix into 2 by 2 matrix. Okay, shall we go with odds method rules first? Shall we? Till you're okay? So first, what is the first point, sir? Sir, saddle point failed then apply mixed strategy. Okay, na? So what is the first one, sir? The matrix order. What should be the order, sir? 2 by 2. So first part in this part, what is this, sir? What is the first sentence A there? Magnitude calculation. In that, what is A? What is A? Compute magnitude of difference of cell entries of 1 by 1 and 2 by 1 of first row and place in the second row. What is this meaning? I will tell first for you. I will tell beside it only. So is it order of 2 by 2 matrix, sir? 2 by 2 matrix. In the case of 2 by 2 matrix, first, what is the first sentence there? What is he telling? What is he telling, 1 by 1 and 1 by 2 means what are those numbers, sir? These two numbers. These two numbers, what is asking my difference? What is the difference between these two numbers? 1 right here. What about next point, sir? See the next point, 2 by 1 and 2 by 2 means these two numbers difference. What is the difference, sir? 1 right here. Or else for your convenience, I will change the number. Now 1 by 2, 1 and 2, what is the difference, sir? 1 I have written here. What about next difference, sir? 3 and 2, what is the difference, sir? 3 and 5, what is the difference, 2 I am writing here. Keep it in mind, when it is odds method and all, first part 2 by 2 matrix will be, and next parts are probability calculation. For calculation of probability and all, if you see the scenario, first they will find the difference between these two numbers and they will write here, and next they will find the difference between these two numbers, they will write here, and again what is the difference between these two numbers? 2 right here. What is the difference between these two numbers? 3 right here. Clear with that part, sir? Now this calculation is done. Now I want to calculate the probability of this. How to calculate? 2 by 1 plus 2. Okay, and again 1 by 1 plus 2. That is the probability for this. And next again here what's 3 by 3 plus 2. 2 by 3 plus 2. You will get the probabilities. Okay, clear, sir? For A items we got a probabilities. For B players and all we got a probabilities. And while you are writing A1, A2, B1, B2, this way you represent all the probabilities. Okay. Now at the end, what is that, sir? If you want to find the value of the game, if you want to find the value of game and all, just multiply this number with the probability plus multiply this number with a probability. That is one option. Or you can also go with the calculation of 1 into probability plus 2 into probability. You will get the value of game. Just I'm giving a brief idea. Once you are getting, see, all the steps are same. Okay. See the point, sir. Compute the difference and they have written there. Okay. And now, sir, but however, basically in this case, when you are calculating odds method and all, the probability calculation is easier than formula. In our ICMA book, they gave complicated formulas. Okay. But if you want to go with the complicated formulas and all, your wish. Simple thing, whatever I have done. Is it clear, ma? Is that clear or repeat again? Sir, for your convenience, I am writing one number here. So 5, 3, 1, 8. So this is player A, player B. What are the strategies, ma? B1, B2, A1, A2. Now, can you tell the values, sir? 5 minus 3, where, sir? What is the number, sir? 2. What about next one, ma? 1 minus 8 is 7 here. Okay. Now, if I find the probability for this, what is the probability, sir? 7 by 9. 7 by 7 by 9. Next, 2 by 9. Okay. What about this case, sir? 4 and here how much, sir? 5. Now, what is the probability, sir? 5 by 9, 4 by 9. Clear now? If it is done till here, this is a probability part calculation. Probability part calculation, if it is done, then we need value of the game. How to find the value of the game? Sir, here 5 into 7 by 9 plus 1 into 2 by 9. That will be the value of a game. So for example, 35 plus 2 by 9, that is 37 by 9 is the value of game. Clear, sir? How to go with the odds method, because odds method is a base method for every part and all. Okay. If this part is done here, sir, whatever things we have mentioned, how he has done, must see the point. A1 minus A2, where he has written ma? B1 minus B2. And again, A1 minus B1. And again, A2 minus B2. If it is done, now probability, what is the formula, sir? B1 minus B2 by their sum. Next, A1 minus A2 by their sum. Probability. Probability of this number and is this. Probability of this number is this. And again for other one, H1 and H2, we calculate this way. Clear now, sir? You can frame the formula by yourself if you are knowing the process. Okay, but represent the letters. What representation is given there and all, that is important. Odds method, any basic idea, ma? So if you see and all, one more point. So value of the game, how to calculate, ma? A1 into prospective probability plus next one B1 into respective probability. You will get the value of game. And probability sum, what is it, ma? Basically, sum of probabilities. All the probabilities will be equal to 1. That I have to write at the end. And one more point, ma, in the end of the answer, okay, probability of H1 comma H2 is equal to, you have to write the probabilities there. Be careful if you are writing and all, perfect. Next, sir. Next one, ma, rule of dominance. If you are getting the clarity of this concept now, in the next class we can solve these problems. Game theory. Okay, game theory problems and all. Concept, if it is clear, fine. So basically, what is the point, ma? There are some players who always dominate the game. For example, if anyone is against him, nothing doing wrong. So just for examples, I have taken these cases. First, Dhoni. If Dhoni is in the team, what is your opinion, ma? Somehow he will make the team to win. That is basic assumption. I'm not against anyone and all. You may be having a different persons and all normally. So which character, ma, is dominating person? Dominating not our players, opponent players. Okay, see the point. They dominate the opponent players in all conditions. So the other opponents are straight away ignored. No use. For example, India and Pakistan match going on. Will you think of anything regarding the Pakistani players? Or they will win draw? This question will not be arising. Or else, for example, India and Bangladesh. They will do the things in the ground and all, but at the end, sometimes we may feel that we can dominate. If you are in a position to dominate and all, that's the case. Or else a war between India and Pakistan. Which player dominating player, ma? India, basically. normally. Okay, so these are the few things. So what is gainer's view strategies? What is the gainer view strategies, ma? A strategy gives more gain than another strategy for all strategies of loser. He will select a strategy which gives him perfect profit, or he will win for every situation. Whatever scenario you do, I will win. That's all. That's the point there. And what about loser's point of view, ma? A strategy involves lesser loss. Anyway, I'm suffering. Please make me to suffer less. That is his point of view. Okay. So and all. And in this case, what is the point, ma? Rule for detecting ineffective rows and columns. These are the rules to be followed, sir. Because rule of dominance when applied, ma? When it is not a 2 by 2 matrix. Okay. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is it 2 by 2 matrix, sir? So what is my target to convert into 2 by 2 matrix? I will eliminate row and a column. For eliminating those, what are the rules? Okay, see the point. If all the elements of a row, what is the point there, ma? If all the elements of a row are less than or equal to another elements of row, then the maximizing player will choose the row. Which row he will choose, ma? If all the elements of a rows are compared with other rows, sir. When I am comparing this row with other row and all, so what is the point, sir? All elements are less than or equal to. He will choose which row, sir? That row which has all elements. What about next one, ma? Elements. If all the elements of a column are greater than columns, I'm comparing. I have to eliminate one column. For eliminating column and all, what is the point, sir? If all the elements of a column are greater than or equal to, then we'll never choose that. He'll cut it. Okay. So this will get more clarity when I do a problem and all. Okay. Basic rules. If it is done, some assumptions, ma. They may ask questions in the case of theory and all. Sometimes. So these are the few assumptions and all. And graphical method, that is a different case. Okay. It is 12 as of now. We are having 1 more hour. Take 10 minutes break. Just 10 minutes break. And we shall continue. Okay, because we start at 10:30 now. After 10:30 or 11. We have taken break and when ma? 10:30. They take just 5 minutes break, sir. Okay. Sir, everyone is having question books now. Whatever things. If everyone is having question book and all, we shall solve the maximizing pair of problems and all the next part now itself within 5 minutes and all. Okay. Take 5 minutes break. We shall do it. Sir, we shall go with a few problems, ma, so that you will get a clarity of gaming theory also. Okay, whatever concept we discussed, we can go with the problems. Okay, so first, sir, in this case, there are two players, sir. What are the two players, ma? A player, B player. If a question is given in this, and they ask you to find the saddle point, what is the basic thing? Okay, so if the letters are not given, you use the letters. Okay, and now in the case of A player, always what is the scenario, ma? Rows. In the case of rows, what I should take? Minimum number or maximum number? In the case of rows, row odds, I said no, pure strategy or saddle point and all. From the existing elements, I have to take a least number. What is the least number, ma? 1. The first row. What about second row, sir? 4. What about next third row, ma? 0. This is the minimum numbers. From the minimum numbers, what is the option, ma? Maximum. So that is 4. What about columns, sir? In the case of columns, what is the option, ma? Maximum number should be taken. Okay. So normally, worst case, how much gain I will get? A player point of view. Worst case, minimum gain, how much I will get? How much, sir? 1. Okay, I'm telling the basic purpose of it. And in the case of player A2 strategy, minimum gain, how much I will get? 4. In the case of A3 strategy, minimum gain, how much I will get? 0. That's the point. And B player, what is B player main motive, ma? Minimize the loss. But what you will expect, ma? Maximum loss, how much you will face? In the case of B1 strategy, how much maximum loss you will face, ma? 7. And in the case of B2, 7. In the case of B3, maximum loss 4. In the case of B4, 5 maximum loss. This is the maximum loss I'm having. In the maximum losses, what I will take, ma? Minimum value, that is 4. Okay, sir, this is known as what, sir? What is 4? Fine. What is that point, ma? From the minimum values, I have taken maximum value. So it is known as what, ma? Maximin. What about this 4? This body. Minimax. When minimax equal to maximin, that is nothing but what, ma? Saddle point done. We need not apply other strategies. So value of the game here, it is 4. And what is that strategy, sir? Depends upon selection. Which number it is there, you select based on that. Okay, which strategy we will decide. Okay, if it's clear to you and all, just examples how to solve and all, basic idea. Okay, so A2 for who player and for B and B2 what is the strategy and all we have written there. Now if it is done, so there is a question given, ma. Can you find the saddle point for this question, sir? Saddle point. Saddle point. What is how to calculate saddle point, ma? First minimum value, how much, sir? 5. 4. Maximum value 5. Maximum value 10. And these two values, what is minimum value, ma? Sir, minimum value or maximum value? Maximin means nothing but from the minimum values I'm taking maximum value, that is 5. What about this case, ma? 5. So saddle point reached, no? So if this question is given to you and all, you can get the saddle point easily, no? So there's a point same I said there. So this point, and that is all the possible gains and all. Whatever we are doing, we have mentioned that. Okay, if that is done to you and all. So to find solution for a mixed strategy, I have taken a problem that we shall see first. Sir, what is this question? In this question, can you tell the saddle point? What is the saddle point, ma? Saddle point. For example, 1, 3, here 5, 4. What is this value? Maximum value 3. Here maximum value 5. Sorry, minimum value how much, ma? 4. Is it equal? Not equal, no? Then in this case, we apply which one, sir? Odds mixed strategies. What are 3 methods you are having? So which method you will apply? Odds method or dominance rule or graphical method? Graphical method, if asked, you do it. Okay, and it is in a different style, 2 by n, n by 2, and m by 2 and all. And dominance rule can I apply, sir? Already 2 by 2 matrix, so not required to apply dominance method. So basic process, ma. Okay, I have taken the numbers, whatever number and all. And one more point, what is the difference here? 1 4 5 5 1 difference 4 written here, 3 4 difference 1 written here. And now what is the probability ma? 1 by 1 plus 4. For that you draft the formula, sir. Don't by heart the formula. You know this process na basic example. Take the letters A, B, C, D and all. You represent. You write the formula. Okay. Formula should be written, sir, for sure. In MCQs also you can expect this question ma. Okay. For this if you spend much time, not right. Okay. Clear now with this case? How to solve and all. Once it is done, value of game how, sir? 5 into 1 by 5 plus 3 into 4 by 5. That is the value of game. Okay. Or else if you want other alternative, what is other option, sir? This you can also 1 into 1 by 5 plus 4 into 4 by 5. You will get the same value. Okay. Or else if you want some other alternative, 5 into this, 1 into this plus. In all the ways you will get the same value, sir. Clear ma? Odds method and all. And this is one more question from exams point of view. So in this case, what we should do, sir? First, present the matrix, sir. Sir, for this gaming theory and all, part is less. When the parts are less and all, you do not write straight away answer. Present them in proper steps and all. If they are asking for questions, okay, normal less chance, but 2 marks question, MCQ for sure it will get. If you are lucky, you can get a 4 marks question, 10 plus 4 combinations. Okay, so in this case, what is the first step, ma? Whether I can apply the pure strategy or not, I will check. I will check for sure. If it is failing, then I will go with the mixed strategy and all. So first, which strategy, ma? 1 5 4 2. What is the number, ma? Minimum value how much, sir? 1. Next 2. What about here, ma? 4 5. Is it saddle point reached, sir? Because in this maximum value 2, in this minimum value 4, equal or not equal. So saddle point not reached. So we have to apply which strategy, ma? Mixed strategy. In the case of mixed strategy also, see. So and also write the headings, ma. Minimizing player, maximizing player and all. If you write, that is important. Presentation, if they are asking and all, if you are good for you. Okay. So this and all, this sentence and all, it is your wish. You can frame by your own self. Okay. And once you are done, that is not done. So what I am doing, ma? Now I am going with the other method. What is the other method, ma? Mixed strategy, first method. Because what is the order of the matrix here? 2 by 2. As it is 2 by 2 and all. First, what is the difference? 4. The difference done. Then you can calculate probability. Probability is also easy probability. And probability is at the end you have to present properly, sir. If you are not presenting at the end and all, it's gone. So while you are presenting the probabilities and all, here value of the game, this column wise if you calculate, you will get the same, and row wise also you will get the same basic thing. Okay. Once that is done, and also probabilities, total probabilities is equal to 1. At the end, if possible, probability of a1 comma a2 is equal to what are the values? That is 1 by 3 comma 2 by 3. That you have to write, sir. At the end, anyone fine, anyone sufficient. So you get the same value, but write the probabilities. If probability of b1 comma b2, what are the probabilities, sir? b1, that is 1 by 2 comma 1 by 2. That you have to write, sir. Probability you calculate for all, but calculation of value of game 1 is sufficient. Clear, sir? Value of the game and all. The value of game is done. This is also similar one. For rule of dominance, I'm going to this question. So these all illustrations are taken from icmai book, and our book also is having it. In our book also. Sir, first, what is the point, ma? Read the question properly and tell how to represent. This question is most important. They may ask. So read the question, ma. In your book also you are having this question, sir. Mark it as important, ma, if it is there. Gaming theory question. Did you get the question, ma? Question number? Mark it as important, sir, because normally every question is fine. They are going with the basic things and all, but this question is a different one. So who is maximizing player, who is minimizing player and all, first you identify in all the questions. That is the first step, ma. Okay, so who is our maximizing player and who is our minimizing player? Union maximizing. Why, ma? Union wants to get more pay. Management, what is their point of view? Pay less. Okay, so if you are going with this question and all, so how to start this question? Can anyone tell, ma? You have to change the process. So for example, if this question is given, okay, and if you write, this is a question given, but if you are solving the same and all, it's wrong. Why? Because always rows, who is the player, ma? Maximizing player. So we will change the order, sir, for here. So U and M's are changed. Once they are changed and all, you can go with the process. First try to apply which strategy, ma? Pure strategy. If possible, fine. If not possible, you can apply which one, sir? Mixed strategy and all. So order of the matrix 2 by 2, not a 2 by 2 and all. So they basically convert. Dominance rule have to apply. While applying dominance rule and all, basically listen carefully, ma. I'll explain once. If you are clear, fine. Okay, sir, in the case of rows, what is the rules you see first? What is the first rule? If all the elements of a row, okay, less than or equal to another row elements, then the maximum player will never choose the row. Keep it in mind. Less, why? Because I want more. I want more, no? So see, of these all elements, which elements are compared, ma? For example, I gave an example here. Which two elements are compared, sir? Which rows are compared? U1 and U4. What are those U1 and U4, sir? U1 is this is U1. What about U4? This is U4. Which is having least elements? U4. So automatically, as you are a union leader, you want more wage or less wage? More wage. So U4 is having all less numbers. Eliminate it. That is the point, sir. See, it is having less. So automatically in the next matrix, what I have done, ma? So I will eliminate that part. That I marked it. Is that visible, sir? Marking and all. If not, least one. Least one. Okay, that I will eliminate. Okay, now if this is done, sir, I can go with other checks also. It's possible, eliminate all the rows and also eliminate all the columns, so that our order of the matrix should be 2 by 2. That is a process. It does not mean that I have to go with orders row, columns row and all, as per your wish. But for columns, highest numbers or equal numbers. Highest numbers or equal numbers, that can be eliminated. That's the point. See, there in the next step, what are they comparing, ma? M3 and M4. See, so M3 and M4, what is M3 and M4, ma? So these are the M3 and M4. I'm comparing those two bodies. When I'm comparing those two bodies and all, which is highest? M4 is a highest. So automatically, see the point, ma? M3 and M4 columns are compared and highest one is eliminated. So which one I marked here, sir? M4. Now what is the order of the matrix, ma? What is 3 by 3? But what is required for me? 2 by 2. Sir, keep it in mind, ma, while I am checking rows. What is the main point, sir? Minimum values eliminate. Columns, highest value eliminate. Keep on doing this process until the order of the matrix is 2 by 2. Clear, sir? If you're clear and all, so is this for check order 2 by 2? No. Then go with our process, sir, again elimination. If you go with again elimination and all, so first this part cancelled, this part cancelled. Now I am comparing two more things, sir. What are those two more things, sir? Sir, I have written here to save the time, that's all. because experimenting here now and all risk for us. So which two rows are compared? Which two columns are compared, sir? M3 and M1. It does not mean that you have to check only that. You cannot keep it in mind. I have to check M3 and M4 and all. Make a normal comparison. So which one can be eliminated, ma? M3, M4 I am checking, sir. When I am checking M4 and M3, what is it? Columns. Which one should be eliminated? Highest one should be eliminated. Which is highest? C, highest, highest, highest. See the numbers. 1.4 highest, 2.5 highest, 2.5. 1.2 highest, 2.7 highest, 2.7. 1.5 highest, 3.5 highest, 3.5. Eliminate that body. So if I eliminate that body and all, now what is the order of the matrix? What is the order of the matrix? 3 by 2. Always first give rows, then give columns. Okay. Now which anyway I have to eliminate column. Which column I have to eliminate? Decide. Row I have to eliminate. Which row I have to eliminate? Row means which one, ma? Least one. Least one I have to eliminate. See the points. So if I compare, for example, this and this buddies, okay, which is least? This is least, sir, fine. But this not least, highest, gone. So I will compare these two buddies. Which is least, ma? 1.6 least. 1.4 or 1.2? 1.2 least. So automatically I will eliminate which one, ma? U2. Clear, sir? If you clear, finally you will get these values. This is a matrix left over. Okay. Once this matrix is left over and all, check the order of the matrix. Order what, ma? 2 by 2. Now first apply pure strategy first. Apply pure strategy. If it fails, then apply mixed point. Okay. It is a, sir, game theory is the easiest questions, ma. If you concentrate on game theory and all, if you are lucky, it will be for 4 marks question. Time saving also. Okay. So in this case, what we should do, sir, now? So first we should apply pure strategy, na? When I am applying pure strategy in the case of rows, what is the main target, ma? Least number. What is the least number? 1.4. Next, 0.8. In this case, highest, 1.5. These two, what is the value required, sir? 1.4. In this two, minimum value 1.5. Saddle point reached down. So automatically I am applying which method, ma? Odds method. Because as it is 2 by 2, I apply mixed strategy. In that also, which method, ma? Odds method. In the case of odds method, what is the point, sir? First thing, difference between which two values, sir? These two values written here. These two value difference here. Of these two values, using this I will calculate what, ma? Probability. That is 0.6 by this. That is not right. See, this is better. Sir, what I will do, ma? 0.7 by, that is 1.3. Similarly, for other probability, 0.6 by 1.3. Probability, how to that and all is clear now? This value by sum or this value by sum, we get the probabilities. Probabilities calculate for all the 4. But answer, finding value of game and all, this value into this probability plus this value into this probability. Sufficient. Clear, sir, with this question? So at the end, how to represent and all, value of the game I have written there, sir. And also whatever probabilities, this is also important, sir. Here when you are writing probabilities and all, see the probabilities. I have written probabilities for all the 4 and all the 4 there. How to write it? Because that is important. We are not having 4, sir. We are not having 2 by 2 matrix in the question. In the question, what is a matrix, ma? 4 by 4. For all the things, whatever their probability is there, you calculate. Okay. For this values, anyway cancelled now. As they are cancelled, their probabilities will be 0. Keep it in mind. So you will get 0 probabilities here, see, for U2 and for U4. Clear, ma, this point? So you see the questions. This is fully, I have done this and all with answers. This file we will finally merge and I will share it. You can use it in the phone and all. Don't take a print and all. If you want to print also, you can take. But you take in as per your requirement. If you want to print and all, I'll compress it. I'll rearrange them properly, then you can take print. First option, take the raw file. By today or tomorrow you take the raw file. So that this content. Or else at the end of the classes, all the classes summary file I'll give it. In the level of, that is live videos, for a transportation problem, transportation assignment, complex problems we discussed. If you are having it, I will mark it in the question book. Whatever book you are having now, in that book I will mark it. So at the end of the sessions, all the classes and all, now I am giving only important problems for classes. At the end I will mark those. I will mark those, that only you practice first. If that is done by you, you can go with other problems. This and all. So I will give the numbers. If you are having our institute book, Shikhara institute book and all, I will give the numbers and have the keywords also, so to identify the question and all. That you practice first. First preference. Then if you are having time, go with other problems. Till here done, ma? And for example, this question, it is also there in our book, sir. Dominance rule and all. In this case, what I will do, sir? Is it 2 by 2 matrix, ma? 2 by 2 matrix not. So what I have to apply, sir? Mixed strategy. So first try to go with the saddle point. Possible saddle point. Saddle point possible anyway. Calculation possible. We may reach or we may not reach. Saddle point. Always go with saddle point, ma. Because earlier also I applied saddle point. If it is reached, your answer done. Don't go with running and all. So first see the question. Okay, whether 2 by 2 matrix or not a criteria. Saddle point reached or not. What is the process, sir? Least number. What is the least number? 2. What is the least number? 5. What is the least number? -7. What is this here? 15. What is this here? 5. What is this? 7. In this, what I need? Highest. In this, what I need? Least value. What is it? 5. Reached. Answer done. Okay. So normally when you are applying and all, they may make you to do this methods and all, but specifically fast. See the point. That is the point. Keep it in mind. Specifically fast also you have to do it then. See the point. Apply for sure. No other alternative for us. Even though you get an answer and all, you cannot jump into the answers in this case. So straight away you have to apply more. So basic thing, when you are applying this and all, what is the basic strategy, sir? Sir, 3 by 3 matrix. What is the order of the matrix, ma? 2 by 2 for us. 2 by 2 needed. So here 3 by 3. When I am comparing rows, what I will eliminate? Least one. So compare anyone. A1 and A2 you compare. For example, A1 and A2 I am comparing. This least are fine, but this highest gone. That comparison gone wrong. So I am comparing A1 and A3. This is the least, no? -7 is least, but this gone again. So what about? Now keep it aside for the time being. Go with the columns checking. In the columns checking and all, what I will eliminate, sir? Highest. So compare any two, B1 and B3. B1 and B3 if you compare, what is effect? Which is highest? Again affecting. So take these two buddies. In this case, so see the answer once, step by step. This I can eliminate, I think so, ma. This we can eliminate, sir. See properly. In the case of if you compare these two buddies, A2 and A3, if you compare, what is the least there, ma? This is the least, no? That I can eliminate. Once I eliminate, what is the order of the matrix? 2 by 3. But what I need? 2 by 2. So I have to eliminate one column. Which column I have to eliminate? Highest column. Possible there. Which one I can eliminate? B2 and B3. If you take B2 and B3, which is highest, ma? B3 is the highest. So I can eliminate B3 now. So there is no rule, that strict rule that you have to eliminate one, ma. You can eliminate any one. You will get the final answer. Okay. Sir, if I compare B2 and B3, I eliminate what, ma? B3. But if I compare B2 and B1, I can eliminate which one, ma? B1. There is no rule that should I eliminate. Somehow convert into 2 by 2 matrix. Clear, sir? If it's clear and all, you will proceed with the problem. So here, what is the value of game, ma? How much, sir, value of game? There, earlier first I applied, how much you got? Value of game 5. But what is important? He asked, so do it. Same, whatever the process and all you follow, get the same answer. But thing is that what, ma? Because dominance, he asked, you have to follow dominance. If you are doing odd and that is, if you are doing pure strategy and all, saddle point, You will get the answer, but marks will not be getting. That's point. Okay. If this is done to you and all, this is next most important question. What is the illustration number in your book? Come on. Illustration number 4. In the case of rule of dominance and all, if you solve the complicated questions and all, it will be good for you. Okay. So, and good for us, he will give in the form of table. This table and all will be given. If not given, by seeing that information, you can frame it. Basic information and all. Okay. So, basic thing, we presented the question and all. Now, what is the basic rule, sir? Basic thing, sir. And also in the question, he gave 12 hours per day, 16 hours per day, 24 hours per day and all. That and all, it is not good, easy for us to calculate again and again. So what I made, strategies. I use letters and all. By using letters and all, what is the point? End matrix, sir. Is a matrix. Okay. And based on marks also, you go with the method. If it is given for more marks and all, just by applying saddle strategy, saddle point view strategy and all, just in one point you will do it, everything. Steps are required, 2 criteria to keep it in mind. Marks. For marks and all, he is expecting more. That's the point. Okay. In this case, we are going with the rule of dominance. In the question also, if he asks rule of dominance and all, you can apply. See. Use which principle, sir? Dominance to find the optimal strategies and all. So first thing, when the question is framed, what is the first step, sir? Eliminate either row or column. Okay. For eliminating row or column and all, compare any, make comparison and all. Okay, if you compare rows, what is the minimum value eliminated? Which is the minimum value here, ma? If I compare A1 and A2, is it possible, sir? A1 and A2, not possible. A3 and A2, A3 and A2, A3 and A2, if I see minimum value, minimum value, minimum value, minimum value. So straight away I can eliminate which one, ma? A2, A2 eliminated. Okay, if A2 is eliminated, what is the order of the matrix? 2 by 4, but should be 2 by 2 now. So now my target is to eliminate 2 columns. 2 columns I will eliminate. What I will eliminate, sir? Highest. Highest and all I will eliminate. So how to eliminate highest in this case? So for example, B1 and B4, if I compare, you can eliminate B4. Why? Highest or equal? Keep it in mind. Highest or equal. So I am eliminating that one. Now any comparison? Again, B1 and B3. If I compare, B3 I can eliminate. What is the order of the matrix? 8, 10, 13, 12. There you apply first pure strategy. If it is reached to saddle point and all, fine. Or else go with the odds method. Clear? So it's here you see. We are getting saddle point here itself. So other method not required. So that is the strategy, saddle point reached. And this question, basic questions, this and all. So do it immediately, sir, so that game theory you can skip for preparation and all. What is the question, ma? So what is asking us to find value of a game? Okay, first when the game thing, you can go with the first if there's a possibility and all, and based on marks also. I'm telling, sir, based on marks also be cool. So even though you are done with one step itself, answer will be same, sir. But for our marks sake and all, we are going with which method, ma? Dominance rule and all. Okay. See the point. In this case, which one you will eliminate? Which one you will eliminate, sir? Elimination. Rows, if you take, which row you will eliminate? Least row is there? Least row, least row. No, not possible. Then go to columns first. In the case of columns, what is the point, ma? Highest should be eliminated. Highest is there? B4. If you compare which two values, ma? B3 and B4, if you take, you can eliminate which one, ma? B4. Now what is the order of the matrix? 3 by 3. Okay, if you compare other, what is the B2 and B3? Highest is B2. Now what is the order of the matrix, sir? 3 by 2. What I want? 2 by 2. So I have to eliminate which one? Row part. In the rows, which is least? A1, which is least? A1 can be eliminated when compared with the A2. So automatically this is the part. Now what is the order of the matrix? Once it is done, we can get the values. 5, 4, 7, 0. And here So when you are going with this method and all, first what is you doing, ma? Checking the saddle point. So first apply in order, pure strategy. If it is applied, fine, answer is done. You will get the values, okay? This solve the game. When he's asking simply and all, don't use waste time and all. First we apply which point, ma? In this case, basically, saddle point possible or not. What is that point, sir? Minimum value will be taken 1, 3, here 5, 4 of this 2, same is there? No, anyway, or else maximum 3 here, minimum 4, equal or not equal. So apply odds method and all. Can you find difference right here, difference here, difference here, difference here. Then you can find the probabilities. We'll get the value. Okay, this is done. This one more question, sir. Sir, required of this question, ma? This is required, sir. Similar model, na? Similar model is not required and all. Sir, this problem is important, ma. Mark this question, sir. Question number 3. Mark 3 as very, very important. Is it visible, sir? Question number 3. What is the question number in our book, ma? In the institute book, in our Shikhara book and all, what is the question? Question number 9, 8. So in Shikhara book, you refer question number 8, ma. Shikhara book and all, you refer question number 8. Sir, even if you are not solving other problems, also fine. But this is very, very, very important. Okay, one problem with a negative value, union and management. That is one problem that you should do. And again, this for sure you do. Okay, so first see the problem step by step. Important, I am telling. Okay, sir, now I represented whatever there question exactly taken. So this is the first step. Okay, what is the order of the matrix, sir? Order of the matrix 4 by 5, basically 4 by 5 and all. As it is 4 by 5 and all, is it possible for me to do the process, ma? 2 by 2 and all, I have to convert. And also in the question, we didn't ask dominance rule. Straight away heading given. So I have to go to dominance for sure. When I'm going to dominance and all, first, what is the basic step, ma? Elimination. So elimination point. You tell the elimination process. I will write. Compare rows or columns and eliminate. What you can eliminate? Most important problem. So try. Take reasonable time and try. 1 and 4, you can eliminate 4. Okay, as I displayed that and all, eliminated 4. Fine. What about next? Is it 2 by 2 matrix? What is the order of the matrix? 3 by 5. 3 by 5. 1 row I have to eliminate. 2. Which one, ma? Which can be eliminated now? Which one can be eliminated? Column, yes, when compared with which one, ma? If you compare with Q, highest, as it is highest and all, eliminated. Next. Next, what you can eliminate? Any rows can be eliminated? Any column? Ma? Q and T, if we compare, what can be eliminated, ma? T can be eliminated. Sir, either equal or greater, fine. Now what is the order of the matrix, ma? 3 by 3. As it is 3 by 3 and all, we need which matrix, sir? 2 by 2 matrix. As it is not 2 by 2 matrix and all, what you should do? You tell, ma. Which part you will eliminate? 3 can be eliminated, na? Rows should be least, na? 1 or 2 when compared with 3. This you write, sir. Whatever you are doing, you have to write in the form of sentence, ma. We are comparing, for example, 1 and 3. As every element is least in 1, I eliminate row 1. You write in the form of sentences. Main exam. Sentences are important. Whatever you are doing in the crashing also, whatever you are doing, you have to write. Assignment also, whatever you are doing, you have to write for sure. Okay. So I am eliminating which one, ma? No. Now what is the order of the matrix? 2 by 3. Which one you will eliminate? Q compared with this is the point where you cannot eliminate. So this is a problem, very, very important. Okay. So here how to follow and all. There are some rules. If you follow the rules and all, it is easy for you. Okay. Sir, so whatever you have done, I presented there. You cancel these elements and all. So finally you got this. Next, when you go with the comparison, you eliminated. And finally you are left at this point. That is a point now. There and here, same point. Now what is the process? Any idea? See, this is the rule. Whatever left over matrix, separate it. First separate it. Write properly with the address and all. So now which one you have to eliminate? Column I have to eliminate. For sure now. As I am eliminating columns and all, I will draft the columns separately. All the 3 columns, whatever options are having, I will draft them separately. Okay. I will take, if I am taking C1, I will take the average of other 2 columns. Okay, because for example C1 column or else C1 nothing but P here. Compared with other 2 columns, what is the average? Is it greater than or equal to or not? Then I will eliminate C1. Keep it in mind. Okay, for example, so 3 greater than or equal to 4 plus 1 by 2. Is it, sir? Next, 6 greater than or equal to 5 plus 7 by 2. Yes or no? C1s, check, that's all. 2, 5, that is 2.5 now, this one. What about this one? 6 greater than or equal to, no? Satisfied now. I can eliminate which one, ma? In this case, I can eliminate because columns. What is the rule, ma? Eliminate. So eliminate P. This is a rule. When you are falling in a position of tie break, different case and all, you apply this rule. Okay. This rule known to you now. Greater than or equal to, either equal also fine, equal also fine, either greater also fine. Normally that much level will not test for our level. Basically to break the tie, it is given here. So both, no, normally when you are applying whatever you are telling, I'm clear. Okay, so I'll compare with C1 now. That failed. What I will do? C2 I will compare with these 2 buddies now. And again this also failed, sir. I'll compare C3 with other 2. In other all failed. That is worst case. That will never arise. If it arises and all, the question itself complicated for us because not for our level. Okay, na? So normally these are the cases, ma. So all I will check or. Basically I should keep the word or. If one failed, I will go with the second case. Second case failed, I will go with the third case. Clear, ma, with this process? Okay. This, and sometimes there can be a situation where for example, I will show this one. So this is done, they are compared and it is satisfied, so I eliminated. What is left over, ma? 2 by 2 matrix, 4 1 5 7. Now I will apply which one, ma? First pure strategy, saddle point I will apply. If it is satisfied, fine. If not, odds method, that's the point. Okay, satisfied, straight away not required to jump, that is sufficient. Okay, so value of game done. But sometimes, ma, for your mind, keep it in point, not required for now and all. So there can be a situation like this. Now I have to eliminate which one, ma? Row I have to eliminate, na? Rows I have to eliminate. Now that's just they will change, that's all. Instead of columns, take rows. That is a process. How you are doing for columns, do for rows, that's all. Keep it in mind, that process, that's all. So this scenario for columns exactly is quite opposite scenario for rows. If you are clear here and all. Next, see this question, ma, in our Shikhara book, suburban area. This question. Question number 10. Na? In Shikhara book it is question number 10. Question number 10 in Shikhara book. So mark this one. They are lengthy and they are having some logical point. Lengthy and having logical point. Okay. So first basic thing. What is the point, sir? Which matrix you have to apply, sir, for this question and all? Basically, as it is, situation is normally they are applying dominance rule, sir. If possible and all, you go with our saddle point. But exam point of view, when like question is given for more marks and all, do not go with a saddle point, because straight away will get answer within one step. For one step, he will never give 4 marks. No, my point is that to be safe and secure. Okay, because for just for one step, ICMA will never give 4 marks. So even though time constraint, but sir, when compared to assignment, is it easy? When compared to transportation, very easy. When not compared to network analysis, very easy. So if you are lucky, he will give more. So I am expecting this question now in normal questions 6, 7, 8, either 4 marks question, or in for sure MCQ will be common. But if it is in the questions of 6, 7, 8 and all, you'll be happy. 4 marks or 7 marks. Okay. So first, what is the basic thing, sir? As negative values are there, concentrate on this question. After this question, we'll close it, and we'll have next session in the afternoon. Okay. So marked entire data, presented the data. Okay. What is the first step, sir? Have to convert into 2 by 2 matrix. While comparing the matrix and all, which I can eliminate, you tell the points. So row value or a column value I have to eliminate. So which is least row? Any least row? A1 and A2 if I compare. A1 and A2 if I compare, which is the least? A2. Sir, keep one point. This point why I said to discuss is that when there are negative numbers and all, minus 80 will be least. Minus 80 will be least. Normally, okay, 20 is least normally without signatures and all. But with signs, highest number will be least number. There we will make mistake. This is the area where we will make mistake. MCQ straight away jump. 2 marks gone. So that is the point. So concentrate on this area, because these areas where you make definitely mistake. So concentrate on these questions. These are the questions which you marked. Okay. So now in this case, what I should do, sir? B2 and B3 or whatever you do, while doing, be careful. That's the point. Okay. So first, highest number. What is the highest number there? They made the selection of combination of B1 and B3. Okay. Just I'm going, they in the sense I made a comparison. So even B1, B3, which is the least highest? B1. Why B1? 18, sir. Minus number. Keep it in mind. Sir, 0, no, sir. Sir, that's fine. So clear na? Eliminated B1. Now what is the order of the matrix? 3 by 2 is the order of the matrix. As it is 3 by 2 order of the matrix and all. Now what I will do, sir? I have to eliminate a row. One row I have to eliminate. Which one I have to eliminate? Least value. So what is the least value there? Compare and tell me. Compare. You are having A2, A3 if you compare. One options you may be having. Or, so see the point that is done. A2 and A3 they are going with elimination least and all. So which is least? Which is least? A2 and A3. A2 is the least. A2 eliminated. Whatever left over matrix I have written there. Now first, what is the first basic thing, sir? Sorry, here we have written this. This is a left over matrix. In the left over matrix and all, what is the first point? Pure strategy, saddle point I will apply. Now, what is the least one? Sir, saddle point possible? Here, check once more. Minus 80. How much, sir? Least, next least. Next least, 20, 20. What about next case, sir? 40, 50. Saddle point reached? No saddle point. So automatically we are going with which method? Odds method. In the odds method and all, be careful, sir. Be careful. more careful. Okay, what is the difference between these two values? So this one I applied saddle point, not equal. So this one, sir, difference. Be careful. This area I will definitely make mistakes, sir. Sir, 40 minus of minus 80. How much more? 120. Keep it that point in mind. Okay, this is the area where you will make chances more, because where you may stop also at least. So 40 minus of minus 80. How much more? 120. Next, sir, difference. Just a difference. 30. And what about 40? Again, ma, this two difference. 20. And this two difference. That also be careful. Okay, now, when there is a negative sign and all, be careful, man. This is the area where you may make mistake. Once that is done, what is the next step, sir? Probability calculation and all, it is known to you straight away. 30 by 150, 120 by 150. Here also same probability and all. And value of a game, you can know it. And also please present the probabilities. Orderly present for all the values and all. Okay, time done, game theory also done. And this is a big question, but important. Mark this question ma in your Shikhara book. 11, na? Question number 11. In Shikhara book, question number 11 also important. Question number 11. Okay. Sir, shall I explain this question, ma? If you're okay, I'll explain. If you want, I'll explain. Because 6 minutes are there. Can I? Okay. Sir, first read the question, ma. By seeing the question itself. Why? Because by seeing the content, normally we'll never expect this much length in game theory question and all. Okay. So big question and all. So read the question first. If you read the question, you will get a clarity. So reading and all, there is 5 minutes you read. Read first. Anyway, I'll discuss in the next class. This question first I'll discuss. After that, I'll start a new topic. Okay. So till now, how many topics done, ma? Network analysis, assignment, transportation, game theory. 5 topics done. Still, how many topics are left over, sir, in the index? Linear programming, simulation, learning curve, business application of maxima and minima, forecasting, introduction to data analytics. I said yesterday regarding what? Engineering, BTech buddies concept, Linux and C++, Oracle, this and all. It is your discretion, ma, but I will give MCQs. From all the topics of part B, I will give MCQs. You can proceed. Okay, but do not do PhD for answers. Whatever option is there, you keep it for mainly for this part, because that last topic, IT topic, okay, na? That topic not required. So how many topics are left over, ma? 5 topics. So day after tomorrow and tomorrow, that is a time limit for us to complete the topics. Okay, the 2 afternoon sessions we will be having these topics and all. We shall complete. And today we are having afternoon session, and in afternoon session, maximum known topics we can wind up. That is, what are the known topics we know, ma? Simulation known to you, very clear to you. Learning curve, no, I will discuss, ma. I will discuss learning curve. Linear programming, basically you are at a cmainter. It is there, and now also it is there. Those 2 topics we shall wind up in the next sessions. Then peacefully we can go with which topic, ma? Whatever 3 topics are there, we can discuss tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Clear, ma? Clear now, sir? If it's clear, fine. What is the doubt, ma? So day after tomorrow and tomorrow, if the syllabus come tomorrow itself, if it is completed and all, that's sufficient for us. Okay, but if you want extra source and all, first our channel, in our channel itself, you will get the source. So till the first topics and all, like I will mark the questions. For that questions, you can get the answers in the channels. And this file, once it is summarized, you will get the file. Thank you, buddies. Take break and get back soon. 1 hour break. 2 o'clock. Okay, sir. Sir, in the last class or last session, when we are going through, we have gone through the gaming theory, entire gaming theory part done, but two questions are pending. For that questions, I said I will make the basic explanation which is required. Okay. Sir, this question have you gone through, Sir, in this question straight away he is not giving the matrix directly, we have to frame the matrix. Okay, so whatever sentence he gave, that if you convert in the form of sentence, you will get the, in the form of equations or of matrix, you will get the matrix there. So if you see the entire question and all, how many competing firms, two firms are there, A firm, B firm. Okay, and among them one is noted as their bread and butter in terms of revenue generated. Okay, revenue, they are giving much revenue and all, so they are categorizing them and all. Next, both the firms are cautious about the market share of their particular product and keep in doing advertisement campaigns throughout the year to retain the existing customers and also to attract new ones. For this, the marketing teams of both the round the clock and developed the following different advertisement strategies. Okay, what is the first one, sir? If both firms take same strategy to counter each other market share, the market share will be equal. Okay, so same strategy if you are following, the market share will be equal. That is one point. Next, what about next one, sir? Against firm A's strategy of no marketing, what B is going, it is doing medium marketing, and A's share of the market share will be 40. And for the same strategy of A, the market share will be 28% if a B takes the strategy of large marketing and all. So based on the strategies, what will be your market share? What will be the result given the form sentence? Okay, so and normally in this entire question, if you read the sentence and all, there are three strategies, sir, three options. What are those options, No marketing, medium marketing, and large marketing. So if you present them in the form of a matrix, this is a matrix you will get, sir. And when everyone is taking same strategy, what is the scenario, sir? Share will be equal. So that is nothing but equal share in the sense, how much more? 50-50, 100% for me. But if I go with the same strategy as you take, what is my market share, 50-50. So what will be the scenario, sir? Just 50, because same strategy at this point, no marketing, no marketing. What is the end result, 50-50. Similarly, medium marketing, same strategy, so that case it will be 50-50. Clear, sir? And similarly, large marketing, I took large marketing, you also took the large marketing and all. In this case, what is the point, sir? Same, the effect will be 50-50. This is a basic first sentence meaning. If you go with the second sentence, that is B sentence, against firms no marketing, means this point, first case. Okay, B, if B goes for medium marketing, then A's share of a market will be 40%. What is that meaning, So no marketing, if I go and all, and if they are going for medium marketing and all, my share will be 40, that is the point. So here how much, sir? 40%. And other point, what is other point, This is the point. Next, for the same strategy of A, the market share will be 28%. For a same strategy of A, B takes a large marketing and all. For same strategy, what is same strategy, sir? For no marketing, if B is going for large marketing, their share, what is their share, sir? 28%. In this way, you will fill all the data. What about sentence B, sir? C. Against firms, A strategy of medium marketing. If B goes for no marketing, then A share will be how much, sir? 70%. And similarly, for the same strategy of medium marketing, if B takes large marketing, what is the percentage, sir? 45. In this way, whatever sentence given by them, we frame it in the form of matrix. So by applying the same point, no marketing, large marketing, how much ma? 75%. And next one, 47.5%. This is a matrix. Clear, sir, how to frame the matrix and all? So this question is important, ma. So you do not go with the basic first questions and all. These are important. And also in the case of game theory, graphical method is important. Sir, we framed some rules. First, we will apply which our eliminating when it is more than the order of the matrix is not 2 by 2 and all. We convert into 2 by 2 now. For that, what is a basic rule, sir? Row elimination, column elimination. That and all we are following. And if there is some scenario where it's break even, not able to convert any row and all, average we have taken 3 rules we applied. Row elimination is one rule, column elimination is other rule, and what about next one? My average is a third rule. But if these 3 rules are failing, then you apply graphical method. Keep it in point, sir. What you asked earlier, no? Sir, if there is a scenario where that is also getting affected, not able to satisfy and all, in that case, what is the method applied, sir? Graphical method. Okay, graphical method and all we shall discuss today itself, so that this game theory fully will be done. Okay, sir, this matrix once framed, what is the next step, sir? Basic things are common. So you apply rule of dominance, you eliminate, and you form a matrix. That we discussed in the morning session. The most important part is this part, framing the matrix. Clear, ma? If it is clear and all, so you can try the next question, ma. Go with the try because it is connected to the same question. Okay, connect and you try once. If you are not getting and all, we shall discuss at the last day. Okay, so I'm going with the graphical method, sir. Sir, in the graphical method, 2 points are applied, sir. At the end of the graph and all, 2 methods are applied. What are those 2 points, ma? When I'm going with elimination of B strategy, what I'm eliminating, sir? B strategy, nothing but what, ma? Column. If I'm trying to eliminate B's column and all, that is column, then lower area should be selected first. From the lower area, you can take highest point. Keep it in mind. Next, what about next one, sir? Eliminating which one, ma? A part. So then you take upper envelope area. Whatever area you mark it, upper area, and then lowest point will be taken. These 2 points should be kept by you in mind. If you kept these points in mind, answer is done. Okay, for your convenience, let's take this question. Okay, sir, in this case, whether rule of dominance is applicable or not, you try once. Take this question and try more. Whether saddle point can be calculated or not, you try once. If it is not possible, go with the rule of dominance. If these 2 are not done, then straight away which point, sir? Graphical method. Regarding saddle point, what is our number, ma? 1, 2, 8, 6, 12. Of these 2, what is the highest number, ma? 2. Of this, what is the least number, sir? 6. The saddle point reached, sir? Not reached. And try to apply rule of dominance, ma. Row elimination, column elimination, and also average. Average also try. Thing is that they will fail. Straight away I'm telling they will fail. Once they fail, we apply what, ma? Graphical method. Sir, in the case of exam, if they ask straight away to solve graphical method, at that time you can go for graphical method, or else all the methods will fail. Then you apply graphical method. Keep it in mind when to apply graphical method and all. Okay, so for this question I will give an example, sir, but these 2 points, whatever 2 points are there, if you follow these 2 points and all, graphical method will be easy. Very, very easy, ma. Okay, shall we go with the graphical method, ma? I'll explain, and after that we can start simulation. Okay. So this is the question, sir, for us. First, once the question is given, first thing I will tell the rules, you follow the rules. So in the case of graphical method also, first thing we eliminate, in this case what I should eliminate, sir? What is the basic thing? I need 2 by 2 matrix. For that, what I should eliminate, ma, in this case? In this case, that is not, and also row rule, row elimination rule possibility not there, column elimination rule possibility also not there, and also average also, if you try, that also will fail. For sure it will fail. Then we apply graphical method. Straight away I'm telling my graphical method and all. So here, what are the letters there? In this case, this is A1, this is A2, B1, B2 and B3. These are A strategies and these are B strategies. Okay, till here clear, sir, to everyone? And I will draw 2 vertical lines. For going with the graphical method and all, first base part is the 2 vertical lines. After that, plot the points. Whatever points you are having, pair of points, plot on the graph. Okay, first this is named as A1 and this is named as A2. A1 and A2. Okay, so normally they may draw a line for their requirement. If you draw a line and also no issue based on that. And this for your convenience, if you're taking as 0, 0 as the origin point. Okay, now what are the points you are having, sir? 1, 8. Okay, 1 is on A1, 8 is on A2, and 3 is on A1, 6 is on A2, and A1, 12, 2. Plot these points on the lines. One by one point you plot and connect the lines. Okay, first, what is the first point, ma? 1, 8. So for the sake of our convenience, I am taking some axis. Either you can take some measurement axis like 1, this is 2, 3, 4. It will be less, so let us go with the 2 scale. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So for rough way I am telling, ma, if you want you can take a single line and you can plot 1 to 12. For our convenience I am taking this. Now in this case, what is the point, sir? Same, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and 12. So what is the first point there, sir? In this case, what is the first point, ma? 1, 8. Mark the point on the graph, sir. 1 is on which line, ma? A1. A1, somewhere here it will be. What about next 8, sir? It is straight away A2. Connect those 2 lines. Sorry, connect those 2 points. Then with a straight line, sir. Always while drawing the graph and all, do not draw in a rough manner. Use a scale for sure. If you are not using scale, pencil, eraser, gone. In the entire part B, whatever you are solving and all, for sure scale is mandatory, sir. Keep it in mind. Without scale and all, you may be getting answers, but they will not be appropriate. Sir, for connecting these 2 lines, once these 2 lines are connected, ma, the answer will be perfect. Okay, connected these 2 lines with which point, ma? First point. Always use scale itself, sir. Without scale, this will not be possible at all. This will be going wrong for sure. Okay, what about next point, sir? 3, 6. So 3 will be at which area? Near this area. Okay, 3 and 6. 6 straight away, it is there on the graph itself. Now connect these 2 lines, ma. If you connect these 2 lines and all, is it done, sir? 3 and 6. 2 lines are done, sir. And there is one more point. What is that point, sir? B3, that is 12, 2. 12 is on which point, ma? A1. What about 2, sir? It is on B1. So I can join them with the line. Till here done ma? All the 3 lines clear to everyone na? How we plotted. Now it is which region, sir? I said the point. Eliminate B. Are we eliminating B ma? In this case of a question, which point we are eliminating? B or A? Which we are eliminating? B. Why B ma? It is order of the matrix is 2 by 3. I want 2 by 2. Column extra. Column is eliminated. Column is in B part. That is some B1 or B2 or B3. Okay. Now it is that elimination of B. What is area ma? Which area, sir? Lower area. So mark the lower area. What is the point, sir? Mark the lower area, whatever there. Okay. This is a way to mark. Whatever entire lower area you are getting, you mark. Okay. Once the marking is done, clear, sir? There are 2 points more totally. Okay. This entire graph has 2 points. One is this point, another is this point. Lower area I have taken more for elimination and all. Keep it in mind. Logic not required. Graph. If you go with these points and all, you get the answer for sure. How many points are there, sir? 2 points in this entire one. That intersection lines and all. Okay. Now of these 2 lines, which is the other part of the sentence? Take the highest point of intersection lines. Okay. Here also intersection is there, sir. Sorry. Here also there is intersection and there is intersection. What is the highest point, ma? This is a point. Okay. Sir, first point is formed with because of which line, ma? 1 and 8. B1. That is the first line, na? 1 and 8. What about 3 and 6, sir? B2. What about next one, ma? B3. These are the 3 lines we got. And this highest point should be taken, sir. This highest point, whatever it is there, it is formed because of intersection of 2 lines. What are those 2 lines? See properly and tell me. B2 and B3. So those 2 lines you keep. Other line you remove. That is the meaning. Clear, sir? Graphical method and all. You eliminate B1 as of now. For example, if it is a case of B1, we eliminate B1. Okay. So intersection point, this 2. B3 is there and B2 is there. So B1 is eliminated, sir. B1 is eliminated. Now what are the points you are having, ma? 3, 12, 6, 2. 2 by 2 matrix. Once it is 2 by 2 matrix and all, straight away you can apply. Clear, sir? Eliminated which one, ma? B1. Okay. Same I mentioned here, but in a proper way. Regular class we can do with much time. Now it is regular EVO batch. We have to run. Okay. So but however I took the time and explained. So now what is the next process, sir? Just first check the saddle point. If the saddle point is reached by you and all, you can do it saddle point, then fine. If the saddle point is not possible, what is the method, ma? Odds method. Because mixed strategy you have to apply now. In the mixed strategy, what is the scenario, sir? 2 by 2 it is converted. When it is 2 by 2 converted and all, straight away you can apply odds method. Okay. So that is clear now with this process. And sometimes they may give you this way. Now just with the question I will explain, ma. Clear with the graphical method, na, sir? When to apply graphical method, ma? When failed with all the process. Saddle point failed. And mixed strategy I applied, sir. That also rule of dominance failed. Okay. Then I will go with the graphical method. In the rule of dominance also all the 3 rules failed. Row elimination failed. Column elimination failed. I cannot eliminate. Even average also failed. Then I will go with this process. Now, in this case, sir, what are the things we are having, ma? A1, A2, A3, B1 and B2. Which I have to eliminate, ma? A strategy, one strategy has to be eliminated because the matrix should be 2 by 2. Okay. So even when they are asking straight away graphical method, see using graphical method they asked, ma. So we apply graphical method. If not ask graphical method and all, straight away what we will do, sir? We will do all the process. If we fail there, we go with this process. Okay. Now I am eliminating which one, ma? Any of the A point. Now while I am marking the lines are B1 and B2. Plot the points. Now as I am going with A, go with upper area. Upper area and which point, ma? Lowest point. Clear, ma? Is it clear, sir? So game theory fully done. We took much time for game theory and all. If there is a long question and all, it is good for you. Okay. So if the game theory is done by you and all, we shall go with the other concept. So game theory clear now? No issues now? So now let us go with the simulation ma. By the simulation, we shall end in the first session, and the next session may be or may not be. That is after 5. Okay. Sir, and simulation ma. In every exam, you can expect a question, sir. First, be clear with the basics. If you are clear with the basics and all, you will be safer straight away. Sir, in this case of simulation and all, first thing, as you know earlier, what is most important, sir? Simulation part. Probability table. If probability is given, fine. If it is not given, you have to frame the probability and all. Based on the probability itself, what we will do, sir? We construct the random tables, random number table. Okay, or else, for example, range. Random table will be given anyway. This random table can be used because of range. For range, what is the starting point? Probability. So always be clear with the probability, how to calculate probability and all, which cases have to be taken. Okay, these are some things. And for example, it helps in what, sir? Decision making, and they may use the past data, past years data and all, whether supply, demand, arrival, storage space. So these are the problems which you are having. Okay, and so this is some information how it will be. These two are common, sir. Whenever in a question, this year data and sales part will be common. Some other areas like receipts, payments, cash and all, storage space and all, these things are thing. And also sometimes like a petrol pump question, one question. Okay, these are the scenarios you are having. So while solving with the simulation and all, be cool and see the question properly. So first part, probability anyway have to calculate, or else if they are giving, you are safe. Then what is the next step, sir? Range table. For range table and all, frame properly, because range starts from 0 to 99. Okay, these are the n number of scenarios. For example, situations where they use simulation and all, and mainly random numbers. So that will be given in the question. There won't be any connection at all. They will be giving that same part in the question. And the simulation which you are using is known as what, sir? Monte Carlo simulation technique. Okay, and mainly, sir, sometimes the probabilities can be 3 scenarios. Either you may give in decimals or some decimal numbers or percentages. When they are giving in percentage and all, you can convert into decimals. No? So be careful with the probability. Sum of the total probability will be what, sir? 1. Keep it in mind. The same concept applied in game theory and also we are applying in simulation. Okay. So for example, this is the part. Okay, demand is given, probability is given. This is given. Then how to take, sir? In this case, how to take this one into decimals? Can you take into form of decimals? 0.05, 0.204, 0.25, 0.30, 0.16. Once you take the probability and all, what you will calculate, sir? Next, cumulative probability is the most important aspect. Okay, if you calculate cumulative probability, then you can use and calculate range. So that is the most important part when you are going with. So cumulative probability, next range formation, and after that simulate the data using the random numbers, and you get the solution. These are the 5 steps from basically simulation. Okay, so for example, a scenario. But mainly, if the probability is given, fine. If the probability is not given and all, they will give demand and frequency more. Okay, so for example, for your understanding, so this can be the data given to you, sir. By using this data, you have to calculate probability and cumulative probability and range. So whatever frequency given, you do the total. Whatever be the total and all, do the total, sir, first. 50, as I showed earlier, 50 or 51? 50. So if it is a total 50, it is equal to 1. So then automatically 2 by 50, 11 by 50, 8 by 50. So if the total is equal to 1 and all, we are dividing those individual parts into decimals. That's all. The total should be for sure 1. That is a part. Clear, na, sir? Then by using that, you will construct what? Cumulative probability and next range. So the same thing is done there. the same part. Decimals, cumulative probability range. Sir, and also while framing the range, be careful, ma. It starts from a 0. Ends when, sir? 99. Once this range is constructed and all, they will give the table, sir. This table part is given in the question itself. They may give random numbers for n number of points and all, but whatever data asked to calculate for how many years they ask to calculate, we will take only that data. That is the most important part, okay? And here, sir, demand. Okay, this based on the random number 35, it falls into which range? That you will take into comparison. Which range, sir? 35. Third scenario. Third scenario, what is the demand, ma? 10. That demand is being produced by us. And other random number, what is other random number, sir? 52. This 52 falls into which range? For example, fourth case. In the fourth case, what is the demand, ma? 15. In this way you plot. Based on that, they may ask you to calculate average demand. What is that weighted average? Depending upon the scenarios, they will ask. Okay. Once they ask and all, it is done. Easy. Sir, if you go with question number 7 in our book, what is the question number 7 in our book, ma? Question number 7. Simulation 106. So question number 7, when you are going with basically, sir, see the questions randomly. Which are important for exam point of view, I will explain, then you will get a clarity. Sir, first question, you need not concentrate more. Why? Because straight away he gave the information and all, and this normally will not, sir. Okay, it will not. So it is really worst thing. Calculation of random numbers and all, it's a worst thing there. Okay, so never involved in such questions. Or else simply they are going with the formula, you can formulate it and all. Okay, but see the second question, sir. Demand given, frequency given. This is for just namesake to know the concept, not required at all for exam. Okay, and but this demand and receipts, demand for Ramayana book and all, it is there at inter level and final level also, it is repeating. Ramayana book only, no? So tax book and all, because of mainly how much order I have to place. Loss, no, whatever unsold book, there will be some sort of loss in this case, that question. So in this question, if you go with just the basic, normally go to that, because profit calculation and all, that is important there. In the profit part and all, normally how to calculate profit, how many books are unsold, then what is the profit and all, that is important for how. Okay, so this question, fine. And what are the stock levels to be maintained? That stock levels and all, because they're taking 16, 17 and 18, so that the difference will not be much different. What is the level and all? If you take other things and all, they will much differ. Then whatever stock you are maintaining may not be optimum. So for that sake, they have taken 16, 17 and 18 more. Okay, and one more point. This is receipts and payment. Sir, one more point, if there more than one aspect is given, they will give separate random numbers. So construct the random range table separately. Or else if there's a time constraint and all, construct in a single table. But see that, ensure that there will be more number of columns. When there are more number of columns, there is a chance for either space shortage or a mistake risk. So don't compromise, present properly. Okay, if that is not, this question is not at all required. But here sometimes when you are taking the weekly balance, and all, this balance should not be taken, opening balance. Okay, these are the few areas you may do mistake when you are calculating and all. Okay, and this one, do at least this question, fifth question. So this question same can be converted into either it is doctor, patient. Similarly at inter level and all, petrol pump. These are the two similar questions. When you are going for preparation and all, go this. Sir, in the simulation, keep it in mind, nothing is there, sir. What is the main process, sir? First part, probability. After that, cumulative probability, range. These three are base parts. If you are clear with these base parts and all, others will be easy. Others, depending upon each question, they will change. Okay. If we go through this, see this point. Here he gave data for cost separately, revenue data separately. So frame the table separately, and you can use the respective data. Okay. And this car space, whether empty space is there or not in the car and all storage space, that you will calculate first what ma. See sir, if you see this point together, what is the total value sir? It will be equal to 1. So for our convenience, we divided 2 parts. But if you see the reality, this entire is a single table. Okay, there will be normally 2 columns. But for convenience, they divide to 2 parts ma. Totally. Okay, see the total of this probability and all. Okay, so each question has a separate logic sir. I can never tell that sir this can be a chance and all, but concentrate on the areas where you may make mistake. Patient, calculation and all, arrival time, and what is the break between them, whether doctor is ideal or patient is ideal and all. There you have to make with the basic logical calculations and all. How many columns are required, that is important. Variable when, what is the time gap, and what is the total time, when it is starting, when it is ending. That should be taken into consideration. Okay. The same part regarding that question also it is there, petrol pump and all, similar to doctor question. Okay. And even this, so this when the random numbers are given differently, he also will give the rule. Whatever rule given there, apply that point. See sir, what is the point sir? First 2 digits of processing time are for which? For assembly 1 ma? Assembly 1. What about next 2 digits sir? Assembly 2. Also while you are taking the numbers, take in normal order. Okay, don't take in a reverse orders and all this. Normal order you follow. Whatever you are taking, if you are taking a different way, write the assumption. ICMA will go with a normal way of assumptions. Different assumptions they will not encourage. So keep it in mind that point also. Clear sir for this point? And this inventory, this is a when to place order. There will be different types of books sir. There are 2 options for him to place an order, but this is important sir, where you may make mistake. When to place the order, there is some calculation called together opening stock plus outstanding. If that is less than 5 or less than 8, then to place order, because entire questions from cmainter itself sir. Okay, if you see the previous paper questions and all, so minutes sir, same whatever you are having, petrol pump, doctor and all, he is changing the scenarios, that's all. Okay, the same question. And see, so deal with the clients and all. And line 1, line 2, how many clients are maintaining in the lines and all. And cakes per day sir, but these areas you be clear more. Why? Because sir, simulation normally easy, but these calculations and all are important. Which area, what is the penalty and all, see the last part. This areas you concentrate. Normal cmainter questions do not study at all, except a petrol pump question. Okay, except a petrol pump question, because it has same scenarios in doctor or agency and all. But these areas, new questions, concentrate mainly on the new questions. There also probability is common, cumulative range and common, but these aspects varies. First you concentrate on these areas only, and these areas how to get sir, basically straight away I'm telling you have to keep in mind how to do this process. First, if you invest time on these questions, then it is easy. Okay, because each question has a separate logic. For example, costing, if you are having a calculation of income statement and all, so they are same itself, sales minus variable cost. He's applying some aspects there. Okay, penalty for unsatisfied demand, penalty on unsold cakes and all. This is given in the question. Straight away gave information that penalty will be levied. Same is applying. So in the simulation, read the question properly and present the range table. That is the main aspect. Okay. Consider the following sequence of 15 random numbers. Okay, This random numbers, how many random numbers are there, sir? 15 random numbers. Okay, in this case, the first three random numbers for the first trail. First three random numbers for a first trail. Simulate the average profit for the project on the basis of 5 trails. Each trail you have to calculate separately, sir. Okay, and it is given in which paper, 25. Till this, if you do perfectly, this question, if you want, I will draft separately and I will present, because just answer also not given here in our book, because previous questions we discussed in the class. So if you are preparing till here, whatever done, if you prepare, I will explain this question, and anything left in the morning session, morning session I said till I will discuss. Game theory fully done, nothing pending. Transportation assignment and done. Network analysis done. Even simulation also, this only this question pending. If you practice, it is done mainly. Okay, shall we go with the linear programming basic idea, sir? Or else I'll end here for the time being, so that if you practice this all simulation questions and all, we shall go with other parts. Only this question is pending in this part. Okay, you do it by yourself. We shall end the session here. So I feel my voice, I'm getting affected and all, so I will take break. You practice whatever questions done till here and all, you practice. I will stay out for half an hour, first half an hour, then you can proceed. Okay, sir, shall we end? So tomorrow and day after tomorrow, the concepts will be done. Simulation I'm not dealing separately, sir, because I have taken care for both first concepts. Game theory I spent much time. Simulation and all I'm not spending at all time, but this question we will solve tomorrow. Mainly first, what is the first information there? Fixed, that is part clear. Consider the following sequence of 15 random numbers he is telling. First, take the first trail of 3 random numbers. By that you apply first. Again you have to apply the second. In this way, 5 you have to calculate separately, or else I will share the key to you. Once you try, I will share the key to you and all. Okay, so till here, if it is done, we shall end till here. Depends. Better I will give the key fully. Okay, then it is than this explanation and all. If I write it tomorrow and all, it will be good. Okay. Thing is that it has been long time to take continuous sessions and all, so I will take break now. Tomorrow we shall continue. Okay, so you are done with 1 hour session here now. Prepare whatever questions done. In game theory, if you are having doubt, in graphical method you are having doubt and all, and whatever network analysis I have shown Z chart. In the Z chart today I explained now. Even the assignment, transportation, if you are having doubt for half an hour, I'll stay out, you can ask. Okay, sir. Thank you, buddies.